ask you to stop. Go. It was a test. Go. And now I'll count down from 5 to 1. When I say 1, all of us are going to say Jai Ho. All right? Here they go. Jagran wale. Jai Mata Di. Hands up. Come on. All the stress, all that thing, put it back, throw it out of your body, start breathing in nicely, start feeling good, push your energy levels up, push your hands up, bring your energy level at 10, 6, stop, come on, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, lovely, now we are up. Someone said, oh my God, I'm here, tell me. First you give Dakshina, then I'll think of listening. Push your energy levels up, ladies and gentlemen, gives me immense pleasure and honor to have our first keynote speaker join us on this dais. He has so many feathers in his cap that it would take me a long time to even read them out to you. Here. Tell me. He's contributed immensely towards the growth of our country's IT. Ladies and gentlemen, gives me immense pleasure and honor. He's been the head of our first keynote speakers such as FICCI, AMCAM, TIE, in his cap, EEE, the chairman of SCPI, Hyderabad, Chennai and Bangalore. He's been the co-founder of immensely towards the growth of our which went on to be acquired by NVIDIA. Ladies and gentlemen, that powered several ladies and gentlemen, he's also the co-founder of a leading edtech company in India. The chairman of he's always there to help Chennai and people with questions and queries. He's an angel, a mentor to 100,000 students. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been the special chief secretary to the undergraduate government, the chief minister's office during the years 2014 to 19. He's also the co-founder and advised the government in bringing in investments, generating employment and encouraging innovation and startup activities in Andhra Pradesh. He's also associated with the government of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman is here to address us for our inaugural keynote. I would like to give a big round of applause for his taking time out to be here with us. Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, investments, chairman of
in Department of Electronics those days. In fact, we were instructed not to give an approvals for any import license, and we used to write note sheets, green sheets in the government. Every government, they use a lot of green sheets. So we used to write why this cannot be approved, some dozens of papers we used to fill all the data. Suppose if I give approval, then immediately they will say, no, you got a vested interest, you got some arrangement with that company or individual. So why to take risk? Keep on writing then justification.
In fact, we were instructed not to give an approval for any import license.
That's how the mindset of the
we used to write note sheets, green sheets in the government.
And many entrepreneurs
use a lot of green sheets.
So we used to write why this cannot be approved. Some dozens they want to do something in information technology. But they saw that getting the computer import license itself used to take 6 months to 1 year. By the time they get the import license, the technology is changed and all those things are.
In fact, we were instructed not to give an approval for any import license.
That's how the mindset
and we used to write
all kind of restrictions. Why we should not do anything in the government or
so we used to write why this cannot be approved.
Mindset.
They want to do something in information technology.
Again,
but they saw that getting the
computer those days they wanted to take some India. By the time they had import license, other options. Israel was one, Ireland, all those things are.
In fact, we were
India was also one of them. They came to government of India. We want to set up all kinds of restrictions. Why Texas? We should not do anything because you have great manpower from IITs and NITs. Now that we want to set up the want to do something here. Again, provided they give restrictions. We want all the things they want to they had all the approvals are given across the table within 24 hours time. There was no internet during that time in India. They came to government. There used to be only through the satellite technology to Intelsat. We have to connect to the other world. This had to be and also observe every month and see how these powers are being used or misused. Then that concept came out of Government of India. Then Texas Instruments, they selected Bangalore. Bangalore being, those days, Bangalore used to be the pensioners' paradise. Because when I was staying in Malleshwaram, 18th class, 8th man, when I was working for ISRO, in our flats, There used to be a building called Mukta
And also
building. I don't know
observe
still,
every month
that is
and
there or
see
not.
how
No
these powers
provision
are
even
being
for
used
fans.
or misused.
Leave about air conditioners.
Then that
even fans, there used to be no
concept
provision.
came out of,
That's how Bangalore
government of
city
India.
was
Then
during that
Textile
time.
Instruments,
And because
they
of that,
selected
Bangalore
Bangalore
thought
being,
it is a good city.
those days,
with
Bangalore
a lot of
used to
greenery
be,
and a lot of public sectors are there. Tech
pensioners'
talent
paradise.
is there. Indian Institute of
Because,
Science is there.
when I was
so
staying
all
in,
these things, I mean,
Malleshwaram,
made a
18th
decision for
class
them
when I was
to
working for
select a
ISRO.
place in
our
Bangalore.
flats,
Then
there used to be a building
selected
called
a place
Mukta.
in, I don't know,
Observe every
Miller
month,
Road.
that is
And
there or
see
not.
how
No
this
provision
provision
even
are
for
used.
fans are misused. Leave
I
about
don't
air
remember.
conditioners.
Now
Then
16
that even
now
fans, there used to be no
came
provision.
out of,
That's
so,
how Bangalore.
Because everybody used to go to their office, right? People used to wait in the corridors of power, whether big industries or anybody for that matter. They don't want to lose that power. So none of them applied, only my application was there because why I applied, my native place is very close to Bangalore. It's from Bangalore airport, present airport, it's about 1.5 hours drive or 1 hour 45 minutes. I thought nearer to my village is good for me so that I can help my brothers and sisters and all that. That was my interest. Not knowing that
people used to
this
wait
is
in
going
the
to bring
corridors
transformation for India itself
big industries
and creating so many millions of jobs.
They
Even
don't
I
want
was
to
not
lose that power.
knowing about
So
that. I
none
never
of them
imagined
applied,
that
only
this
my
can make
application was
that
there
kind of a
because
big
why I
impact.
applied,
So
my
I
native
opted,
place is very
obviously
close
they
to
selected
Bangalore.
me as the
It's from
founding
Bangalore
director of the
airport, present
software
airport,
technology
it's
parks of
about
India. And there was no
1.5 hours
office
drive,
here.
or 1 hour 45
And there is no
minutes.
entity
I thought
for STP
nearer
here.
to
They attached
my
me to
village
one of
is
the
good for me
Department
so
of
that I can
Electronics
help my
offices
brothers and
located
sisters and all that.
in the
Everybody
Premier Industrial
is
Estate.
not
There is
knowing
a
that
STP called
people used to
this
wait
is
in
going
the
to
corridors,
Electronics
transformation
Testing and Development
for
Center
India itself,
located in
big
Pindi
industries,
Industries.
creating so many millions of jobs.
And
Even I was not
Miller Road,
knowing
Texas
about that.
University
None of them
gave
applied, only
one
my
office for me to
application
sit
was there because
in
why
that,
I applied.
building.
So my native place is very
So,
close to Bangalore.
all the powers were given
Bangalore airport,
and
present
from the
airport
Prime
was
Minister's
about
office,
1.5 hours
one
drive,
IAS
1
officer
hour
used to come
45
every month.
minutes. I thought
They used
nearer
to monitor
to
what
the
I'm doing
attached
now,
one of the
how
Department of
all the powers are being
Electronics
used and all
offices,
that. All those
okay,
things.
everybody
In
is
addition to
not
that,
knowing
there
that
used to be an
government
IPS
is
officer,
going
senior
to
IPS
transformation
officer
and
from
development
intelligence
India
group
located
in our board of
creating so many
STPI.
millions of jobs.
Why? Because Miller
there
Road
is a
satellite
satellite
station,
none of them applied, only my
multinational company, American company is there,
why I applied,
Bangalore,
so
so
my
I have
application
any
is very
information
close to
to the outside
all the
world.
powers
So
were
it has to be
Bangalore
monitored
airport and
24/7. We used to monitor what emails are going, what attachments are coming, what attachments are going, and this big room was allocated in Miller in that Sona Tower for keeping the printouts of those information. Whatever comes, whatever email goes from PI Bangalore, PI US, or vice versa, those things have to be taken a printout. And I had some key officers around the ground. They are outside what so it has to be monitored through the 24/7 system. We used to monitor what email there used to be some general elections happening what in India. And big room was the Texas Instruments started commenting on that. Whatever comes like this, I got a call from PI Bangalore, not the US, not the institution. Those things have to be taken as a system. We used to know what the email was a general Department of Texas Instruments started called headed by IPS officer. Whatever comes like this, I got a call from PI Bangalore, not the US, not the institution. Intelligence bureau was the department. So I sent to the government intelligence bureau, and one IPS officer along with several junior IPS officers, so about 5 of them, they came all the way from Delhi. There used to be one Mike Watson, who was the managing director of Texas Instruments in India, in Bangalore. They released him immediately 1 week. They went through all the papers. One IPS officer finally they found that most sensitive information was sent through the subscriber station. That time, my boss was young Victor. Mike Watson was the night Maharaj. He was the secretary in India in Bangalore. I told him, anybody can send information to me. They went through all the papers. Why this restriction? Just because they are using the subscriber station. Finally, they found that he also realized the information was sent through the subscriber.
context. Today I'll be elaborating on the subject and talking about automating life with AI. Artificial intelligence is a sensitive topic. People have failed to choose whether it is a boon or a bane. One might say that it has automated everyday tasks, making their work more accurate and efficient. Another might say that it is a risk to personal security, and it has the extreme potential to take over jobs. I believe that we cannot decide if it is an advantage or a disadvantage until we evolve its possibilities and find out ourselves. AI has swiftly made its way into our lives and automated various sectors, including healthcare, technology, transportation, e-commerce, etc. In the field of education, artificial intelligence has made our work a lot helpful and helped students understand better. AI-enabled smartboards have made learning more practical and easier to understand. Teachers do not have to go out of their ways to draw diagrams, as AI can do it for them. Personalized learning platforms have helped understand the learning patterns of different students and create assignments catered specifically to their needs. In the healthcare sector, artificial intelligence helps with early diagnosis of patients and personalized treatments. For example, the Google AI scan, which uses a deep learning model based on the retinal images of over 250,000 people in order to predict age, gender, smoking habits, and blood pressure. Moving towards the travel sector, I would like to speak from personal experience here. When I was traveling from Dubai to India, I was terrified to enter the immigration sector. I expected there to be chaos, mishaps, long lines, etc. But as soon as I entered, all of my fears were put aside. All I could see were rows of translucent doors with tiny devices ahead of them. One could simply walk past the translucent doors after scanning their boarding passes, then scan their passports, look into the given devices, and walk away. After walking away from the translucent doors, the relief which had rushed my mind soonly left, as I could worry and think about the amount of people whose jobs have been replaced by such little devices. Alas, one could say that the existence of artificial intelligence is a dream to some but a terror to others. We have gotten way too far just to pause overall development. One could argue that AI replaces jobs, whereas another could say they could simply use ChatGPT to finish their incomplete assignments. Every day, every new development causes certain loopholes and certain problems. But our only job is to develop more and understand more about it. I'm solely aware that all of you present here know more about artificial intelligence than I ever will. My sole purpose over here was to help you set the context and let you know what a 13-year-old knows about artificial intelligence in this generation. I am extremely fortunate to be in the presence of such honorable people who have shaped society and made it the way it is today. Thank you so much for your patience and attention.
That's right. The key takeaway here is 13-year-olds today know more about AI. So if they can pick it up, it's high time that the industry now starts waking up to a bigger reality. And very often, you often use word is wake up, smell the coffee. Well, over here, it's a big espresso shot coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having a panel discussion. The CXO perspectives. Disruption to innovation. And that's what we had to start off. The conversation is going to be centered around how AI and automation are reshaping talent. So, to take this panel discussion further, I'd like to call upon the moderator. He is the chief mentor at My Anatomy, a wonderful person. I got to interact with him in Hyderabad, and every minute spent full of knowledge from handling one. Gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ganesh Shenoy on stage, the chief mentor at My Anatomy. Welcome, sir. I'll let you take the dice. Pleasure to have you here. I'll let you do this. So this way. So you can be here. Okay. DJ's got extra money for the fanfare, huh? Okay. The Vice President, Seed Chitkara University, Mr. Piyush Garg. And a round of applause should keep going as I will be calling on our next panelist, the ex-managing director and country head at SVB India and GCC leader, Mr. Primil Jennison. Welcome, sir. Welcome, and a pleasure and an honor to have you. Let's quickly get the managing director and CEO at Expellier Group, Mr. Balaji Vishwanathan. He's already joined us. The Chief Community Officer and founding member, Divya Ravindranathan at Equity for Women. Thank you. Give her a round of applause. Director Chief Architect at Kendrill is Mr. Pradeep Rao. Can I have a round of applause for him? Gentlemen, ladies, the lady and the gentleman, thank you for being here with us. And I'll let Mr. Shenoy take over. Just to throw some insight from my side, there was a time when you finished engineering and then companies would spend 6 months putting you on a bench and training you, right? And now how AI is going to change, not only this, but what about the talent that's already within the system? So it's going to be an interesting conversation. I look forward to it. And I think Mr. Shenoy would be the perfect gentleman to take things forward. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. How AI and automation are reshaping talent.
Yeah. Thank you, Abhishek. And it's wonderful to be hosting a panel discussion early on this topic of AI and whatever we talk about in terms of disruption. So thank you, Dr. Chowdhury. Thank you, Nathan sir, for joining us. And so the topic for panel discussion today is about disruption to innovation and how AI and automation are reshaping talent management. And it's driving innovation and creating new opportunities for employers as well as employees to stay ahead of the curve and gain competitive advantage. So I want to commence the panel discussion with a strong quote. Change is inevitable. The disruption it comes often brings inconvenience and opportunity. So I would urge the panel to focus on the opportunity that it brings in terms of whatever disruption and change that we are going through today. And I would start with Primil. My first question to you is, what is the impact of disruption and the challenges of transformational change from traditional to AI and automation? So there are a lot of organizations which have made a transition already. So I would urge you to talk about what is the impact and the kind of challenges too.
Thanks, Ganesh. Thank you all for having us. It's a very interesting conversation to start with. We saw on the dais Dr. Chowdhury's talk about the impact of disruption to all of us. If you think about it, let's maybe distill this down into 3 parts, right? Business, processes, and people. Okay, if you think about business, right now, every C-suite agenda has AI included in it. We cannot get away from it. Even universities or even in organizations, startups, everywhere AI is taking center stage. So that's number 1. While the solutions for AI are coming up and they are coming up at a very fast pace, the leaders need to know how and where to invest, the amount of money you need to invest, the resources you need to redirect to stay ahead of the game. So I think that's one very critical aspect of how the disruption is taking from moving a traditional business model to an AI supported system. Then on the back end, you have your customer experience, which is basically how your customers will behave and how your customers set will understand why you are introducing AI in the first place and whether they're going to be comfortable with that. That's another part to it. Now, let's move on to the process side. So traditional models have a governance and risk and compliance AI and then call it, saying, hey, now I've AI enabled my organization. So now you have that as a very key consideration, which again means it goes back to the business saying that can I invest in this as a whole? And how much of this disruption can my organization take? The last and the most important piece is people. Like we talked about, there is job displacement, there is things about upskilling, but think about the opportunity of this. One amazing thing about the India talent base is its ability to quickly redirect our focus to get to the next generation of skill sets. So those three, I think, are like key areas where I think the disruption from very traditional models to AI, and now we see like, organizations like academia moving towards AI-generated, content, course content, which I think is a huge opportunity for us. And combining all these three, I think, the disruption, the innovation, I think we can lead on from here.
Yeah, so my question, the next question is to Mr. Balaji. At Explio, you work with a lot of Fortune companies, right? And specifically in the BFSI sector. And if you have to quantify the AI adoption, if you have to rate the AI adoption globally and locally on a scale of 5, what would be your quantification?
See, it's very difficult to quantify because it will depend on what the benefits that it has actually driven to each one of the organizations. But if I were to look at between 3.5 to 4.5 in terms of what value it has actually driven to the end customers, because that's what the objective is. And like what Premal said, and what we heard today from the 13-year-old and the 40-year-old, if I were to look at it, it's the question of understanding your customers. And for that, the underlying data is going to be the most critical element. So whatever we talk about in terms of AI, whatever we talk about in terms of disruption, it's the question of what is the underlying data, what is the kind of quality of that particular data. And that's one of the areas that we work very closely with our customers on, because there's no point in just putting in all the AI models on top of the already biased information or what we think is the right information. Right? It's a question of making sure that we analyze the data, cleanse that particular information, make sure that there are limited biases. In the conversation I had with Pradeep when we were walking in, I've been a customer of one of the banks for the last 30 years, right, since I started my career. And if I were to go back and see as to whether they understand me, I would say no. But there are other bankers whom I've started engagement in the last 4 or 5 years, but they have probably been able to understand me better. That reason is, how do you classify your information? How do you make your AI models on top of that information rather than going with your own biases of bucketing everybody in one particular.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So my next question is to you, Divya. Has AI and automation technologies influenced organizations to rethink and reshape talent management?
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh, and good morning, everyone. I think after a wonderful context setting and an inspiring keynote address by Sir Chowdhury and a very disruptive message that went out from the 13-year-old Shagun, I think we are in the path, an inevitable path of innovation and disruption, that AI is put forth to us, and talent management is in no way, set apart from this whole journey. So today, when you look at talent management as a whole, you could see that, a lot of AI and automation in place, which has enabled organizations to have, data-driven decision-making process in this whole talent management journey, and then having trend analysis and, predictive analysis in place, when it comes to hiring, onboarding. And of course, not to forget about the seamless onboarding process that we have today with a lot of automation. And the pandemic era saw a lot of collaborative tools in place too, which enable a lot of these virtual onboarding, virtual hand-holding towards not only getting the employees on board, but also, paving a path for a continuous engagement. So with AI and automation plays, what I see forth, when I don't just restrict talent management with recruiting, but an overall engagement or a journey that the individual has with the organization, whether it be in terms of L&D, the learning and development that happens, whether it be with respect to any AI-driven coaching that can happen, and even to have a wellness program, perception or engagement surveys in place. So definitely, we have been leveraging, and there's a lot of potential that we have in future to make this whole talent management a totally seamless and a very thoroughly engaging process compared to a little bit of boring process that it has been over a period of time. Thank you.
So Premal, I would like to ask you this question because that are implementing to address employee concerns on job displacement because of AI and automation.
I think change management has taken a whole new, facet It is traditional change management methods no longer work. That's, I think, one key thing. Organizations are trying to address the key aspect of the longevity of this disruption. Because, yeah, right now we are talking about automation or generative AI, but as this speeds up, you're going to have a lot of job displacement disruption in that area. So if you look at like companies, even like TCS and Infosys, they're all investing very heavily into AI academy, right? Basically, even if you're doing a regular, let's say, a very low-level job, they're helping everybody to have a good understanding of what AI is, what are the frameworks in place, what are the ethical, moral considerations that are happening around that job. How does data, like Ganesh, like Balaji mentioned, how does the data come in? How we process the data? So all of this is one part to it. The second part is the learning and development function of organizations have taken a whole new, meaning. It's no longer coming in, taking a class or showing a PPT. It's more about experiential learning, tagging with academics and institutions, co-building solutions, and so on. So I think now is the time which organizations are seeing there's a significant opportunity for them, which will then help them to stay ahead of competition. So that's what I see quite a bit.
Yeah, so Divya, back to you. Do you see specific initiatives by the industry and institutions to improve gender diversity and women in tech? Because that's the organization that you have represented here as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ganesh, for that question. Yes, I'm part of the startup called Equity for Women in Technology, and we are essentially, working on a path for empowering women technology, specifically women in tech, towards this whole, innovation journey that our country is poised at this particular moment. And of course, I must say that working with multiple organizations, there is a strong intent that we see within organizations to bring women to the forefront in this whole scheme of things, to bring women, also taste these disruptive technologies, to contribute to these technologies, and in one way or the other, be front runners out here also. Having said that, there is definitely more, potential out there in terms of, even women themselves coming forward to be part of these kind of initiatives. And I must say that today there are a lot of organizations like ours, plus corporates, which are doing multiple initiatives by a lot of skilling process, coaching process, mentoring process, and being even through sponsorship process to bring women to the forefront and to be equal contributors, to the disrupting technologies and bringing, and I would say bridging the gap of gender diversity in this space. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to share, as per the NASSCOM's State of Data Science and AI Skills India report, which got published earlier this year, about 25% of women in terms of overall deployed talent in data science and AI is something which is women, so which is a significantly high number as well. And if you look at around 48% of women, which is primarily the STEM talent who passed out in 2022, which is around big in terms of gender diversity ratio. So there is a lot of things which are working for us and working in the favor of both institutions and the industry as well. So my next question is to you, Mr. Balaji. Do you think organizations should
because that's the way it is. Because if I were to look at it over the last 4 organizations as a service provider, and also make sure that we add value for ourselves as a company and to our teams as well. So the intention is certainly there, but it's the question of scale of intention and how do you execute to that intention. That's going to be the key for success. We can all have our intentions written in our mottos and vision documents and other stuff, but if that doesn't translate into what you actually do and how do you, like what Divya was mentioning, how do you enable your teams? How do you make sure that you see what your customers are, the intention is of no value end of the day. So the intention has to be backed with the right level of execution as well.
Okay, yeah. So my next question is to you, Pradeep. In the disruption era, what do you think are the typical budgets allocated by organizations as a percentage of the revenues? You can just give a ballpark. yeah, you represent Kyndryl here, so you can possibly give a ballpark.
Yeah, so it's depend upon organization to organization. However, I can say that somewhere around 20%.
Okay.
That's what on an average we can say. However, again, it's depend upon the organization. If it is startup, they may be investing more, maybe like 40% or 50% in the beginning, and then they, then they reduce the budget. But established organization, 15 to 20% is what expected. It's not only for IT, but all the I can say disruptive forces, for enable all these disruptive forces within the organization.
So traditionally it used to be around 4-5%. So now you're saying it's almost about 20%.
Yeah, it traditionally around 10% is for the IT, maybe double of that.
Okay. So my next question is to Mr. Balaji. How CEOs and CXOs can inspire organizations to sustain and succeed in the AI and the automation era? You've been a CEO yourself.
No, actually, it's the other way around. Rather than people like us with so much of gray hair inspiring the team, it's the other way around. At least for me, even today, what we heard from Shagun and the kind of talent that we actually see coming into our organization, because in our organization currently the average age of the employees is around 26. It's only people like me who was skewing it, towards 26 rather than the other. It's a practice, for people like me and to the other leadership team within our company. We primarily have more an open door policy rather than sitting inside our cabins, because we have taken off some of the glass doors and try and be there as part of the setup. And that's something which I got as an inspiration from the company which I used to work with earlier, where somebody who probably owns billions was actually sitting in the next cubicle next to us, because it's the learning actually happens through that, and the inspiration actually comes from there. It's not that I inspire the team or my leadership team inspires them, but it's the other way around. And the kind of ideas, the kind of knowledge and the passion, people have got to problem solving, trying and making a difference, whether it is on solving customers' problems or to, automate our own internal processes, cutting down the red tapeism like what, Mr. Chowdhury was talking about. Whether we like it or not, as a legacy, when you are actually a 3-decade-old company, you have built your own processes, which is actually impairing, some of your ambitions and growth. And questioning that, those are the inspirations that we get from, our teams. And that is what is actually driving us rather than the other way around.
Okay, yeah, good. So my next question is to Mr. Pradeep. Do you have the right infrastructure? Or do we rather have the right infrastructure from technology landscape to data privacy to data security to leverage the benefits of AI and automation?
Yeah, certainly the answer is yes or no, actually. So let me address this question one by one. So do we have right infrastructure? Yes, we have right infrastructure to start with. We have a lot of tier 3 and tier 4 data centers across the country. And there are a lot of real estate players and industries like Reliance and Adani and Hiranandani and Brigade, all are coming up with large data centers. Similarly, all the hyperscalers, all the 5 hyperscalers are in India. They got multiple data centers, and we have high-speed connectivity, and we have 5G network. So yes, we have the infrastructure to start. However, is that enough? It's not enough. So I think when there are more and more data centers and people are logging in, then we require higher connectivity, higher storage capacity, higher compute capacity. But down the line, it may happen. When it comes to the skill, that's a second point. So we have the skill available. We are the skill hub of the world. However, down the line, like next 10 years, we require more and more people in this domain. And as per a recent Gartner report, I can see that the half-life of the skill, half-life of the technology is 18 months. So we need to reiterate, we need to relearn, unlearn and relearn, then only we will be able to achieve there. And the last point you were asking is privacy and security, right? So privacy and security is a big concern at this moment, not only in India, everywhere. So there is a law passed by government this year, personal data privacy law in August, I believe. So that address certain areas. However, we need a all-inclusive law or inclusive vision from government. So in fact, there are several white papers published. Like in 2019, there was AI strategy, national AI strategy. And I think 2011, the cybersecurity white paper. But it's all in the red tape. So somebody like Chaudhary sir, should come and push this and should get implemented. So the answer is yes, we have things to start. However, we require a proper regulation, proper policy, and we need support from the industries and startups to make it or take it to the next level.
Okay. So I would just like to add, if you permit me.
Sure.
So whenever we talk, see, in this particular conference, right now, all the industry leaders and the policymakers are sitting. When we talk about policies or the initiatives of the government, may I humbly ask, what is the full form of DPDP Act? Or how many sections do we have in that? Digital Personal and Data Protection Act. How many sections does it have? How many of us have actually gone through the entire act? We are talking about the revolution. We are talking about the change. We are talking about data privacy. Sir specifically highlighted that. How many of us actually gone through that? The point is that if we are not aware about what are the initiatives being taken or what are the policies which are already being framed, then the 13-year-old is bound to replace the 50 or 60-year-old. We are ourselves setting the context. We always talk about industry-academia divide. But point is that we are at the stage, we are at the phase where the innovation and disruption is bound to happen. Pradeep sir, I would just like to add, aapne specifically kaha. So point is that, are we industry ready? Are we AI ready? Are we automation ready? We are. The only thing is that, are we all ready for that? Infrastructure is ready. We have the best of the cloud support available. We have the best of connectivity, which is always going to get better and better. Sir, with due respect, we have to move faster than the reports from our consulting companies because that change is happening. The next report, which is going to come in 24, a lot of disruption, a lot of changes would automatically happen, which would not be their part of that, their preliminary recommendation reports. So are we faster than that? So that is, when we talk about academia, academia is not now just limited to academia. Now that is becoming a next innovation for the industry. And if they are not adopting, the industry is bound to be replaced. We have classic examples of that.
Yeah, so you pretty much answered my next question, which I was supposed to ask you. Yeah, so my next question is to Pradeep. How ready are we as a country to create legal, moral, ethical compass in making AI and automation more inclusive?
Yeah, so part of the answer is already there. I think it's already explained. So there are countries like last week there was a news from US that they are bringing a AI development regulation. Similarly, as we speak today, there is a conference happening in UK that discussing about the AI regulation. So similarly, in India, we need to bring something. So right now it is not in place. However, we need to move fast, in the lightning speed, because when we take a step, the technology move ahead, like 10 steps. So we need to move fast. We need to reiterate fast, and we need to do it right.
Okay. So you were saying agility is the norm.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So
If I tell in Indian context, so our population is 140, crore, right? And 67% of the, or 65% of the population is under 35 years. And around 50% of the population is under 25 years. And around 25% of the population is under 14 years. Like Shagun, there are people coming in. So we need to educate them. So as per the National Education Policy, 2020, as per that, vocational education is recommended from 6th standard onwards. So there are policies, there are white papers, everything is available, but this need to be implemented, and we require willpower from all the governments, state and central, to implement this. So we may need to unlearn, we may need to take out things from the curriculum or the syllabus, and we need to put these things in.
okay. So my next question is to you, Piyush. You worked with MHRD. You also been an STPI director yourself, so you know how government functions as well, right? And do you think, and you also been a consultant on policy for the government as well, right? So do you think what we are doing right now, because there are some empowered committees, there are close to about 7 committees which are created by the government. There's a lot of work that is happening in the background, but not maybe in the public domain right now. So do you think we are well equipped, maybe like to announce a regulation like the US did on regulating AI in India? Do you think, how close are we? Are we ready for it as yet?
Okay. So I think that's a brilliant opportunity for me to share my perspective on this particular query which you have just raised. And I would humbly, sir, Pradeep sir, I would just like to follow up on that as well. Okay. When we talk about these initiatives, both by the government sector and the private sector, we are completely ready. I can vouch for that. We have the infrastructure in terms of hardware and the software. Okay? That is already there. And we are actually now moving towards the global connectivity. So the infrastructure, when we talk about AI, just for the benefit of the audience, we need very high graphic intensive hardware, high GPU usage, which is already in existence in the global scenarios. When we talk about India is already in 5G and moving towards the 6G. Mr. Vaishnav recently actually inaugurated with Nokia the 6G lab, okay? And we are keenly progressing forward to implementing the 6G as well. So why not take the advantage of this 24-hour divide when the world on the other part is using this, the cluster network, and when the sun shines on this part of the world, we can use that. Till the time we are actually setting up our own clusters. Moving to the second part. When we talk about the readiness, readiness is not just in terms of the policies. Are we all ready to adopt AI and automation? The change within the organization, the change within the leadership thought, the change within the talent management. Now the talent management word, till a couple of years back, was restricted only till when the employee has entered the organization. Now the talent management happens within the academic frameworks. So entrepreneurs are now learning how to manage the teams at the young age of 19, 20, 21, so that when they get their first check of $1 million, they all stay together. The next important initiative is that how do we bridge the gap? Bridge the gap between I see 4 different initiatives: academia, industry, research, and innovation. All of these 4 things have to work in tandem and work collectively. That is very important. So are we able to bridge the gaps between all these 4 pillars? Upskilling is the answer. So companies like MyAnatomy or companies, other various skill providing companies have to provide those bridging skills at different phases so that we can work together and we can meet the pace. Last but most important, the policies, which you specifically mentioned, sir. Our government is very progressive and they are also being challenged and moved by the disruption which this AI and automation is bringing. They have understood, they cannot ignore it, and that is why when we talk about different verticals of government, they are already adopting AI. The most difficult was the law. I am myself a lawyer with the Supreme Court. I have seen that the Supreme Courts and the High Courts have started adopting AI. So we are all set. The world is going to see India rising in AI and automation.
Thank you. So that brings me to the last question to all my panelists. What should be the incisive and inclusive agenda for government, industry, institutions, startups, and the skilling companies to keep pace with the race against AI and automation? So if I may start with you, Piyush, sir, please.
So I would just like to summarize what I said. The key is the disruption, and all the stakeholders have to work in tandem. They should not be working in silos. So that is the key. So disruption and collaborative approach.
Thanks, Piyush. Well said. I think 2 things from my side. I think one is, while governments can set policies and regulatory frameworks and all of that, in our business, in each of our businesses, we have to be very thoughtful about how we use AI and where the use case is. So that's number 1. And secondly, if you have seen the NASSCOM's guidelines for AI, I really like the last part of it, which is support the growth of humanity as a whole. Right? Just because if you're trying to use AI against humanity, so the word against is not possibly a right one, I think we should use such innovation, whatever that may be. I think we have to consider from that perspective and then be very thoughtful and cautious when we use it, because it's new to all of us. So that would be my agenda that I would request everyone to take over.
I'm not going to talk much about laws and policies because it's already been covered extensively. But it's a question of, how do you make sure, you create frameworks within your organization and also, within the companies as such, in terms of how do you implement, how do you, enhance the value which is going to come from AI? Because at this particular point of time, if you were to look at just the financial services industry, most of the use cases are around, anti-money laundering, KYC. If you were to actually extend that to make sure that you know what your customers are doing, how your customers are reacting, and ethically as well, in terms of making sure that you protect their information and get the value out of it. Because those ethics don't come from any of the rules or policies. How do you get to use it is something which is going to be defined at each organization level. And the other element, what Divya mentioned, and what we were talking about from a talent perspective, like what Piyush mentioned, talent management is not any longer just an onboarding exercise, but it's an ongoing. It's a continuous process, and 18 months. Actually, 18 months is itself looks like actually it's quite long, because nowadays the technologies keep changing so much. Because what I learned a few months back in Udemy is not relevant anymore, because I keep getting updates from my own course instructor in terms of what I need to get updated with every 3 months. If I were to look at, we can certainly find out what courses to take, but which team member or which particular part of your organization should learn what is something which we as organizations will have to actually come up with. Just by throwing open all the 300 courses that are available is not going to be relevant for everybody. It's a question of finding out what is relevant for your team members and making sure that you play a part in that particular progression is going to be equally important as well.
Yeah, Divya?
So I think pretty much all the points are covered, but I would like to stress on, creating awareness, because today there are a number of articles out there in print as well as on the internet about AI, the disruption it is bringing, the innovation it is bringing and poised to bring. But then creating awareness, like my panelist has already touched upon, about the ethical usage of AI and where it can be used to create more innovation and where it can be really very destructive. And having said that, involve, like I think Mr. Piyush also told about, in bringing up all the the key pillars together, starting with academia, creating awareness in young minds, and today that is very much aware, and so that they also come to the forefront in this whole scheme of innovation, and they are trained young and they stay relevant. So that's very crucial today in the industry, that we are in this path of continuous learning, where we need to continuously assess self on where our skills are, where we need to reskill, where we need to upskill. So getting all the young minds already ingrained with these thoughts right from their college would definitely help. And as any Indians today, I'm eagerly awaiting, and I'm equally proud to see India leading the way. It's already a leader in thought leadership and leading the way in this AI, not only AI, in all the future technology disruptions that the world is going to witness. Thank you.
Let me address this question again, one by one. So there are, several aspects I think we need to consider. And I think it's all covered, but it's just a summarization. From what we expect from government. So we need to have regulation and policies, like I was mentioning before. And the second is the assurance from the government or education from the government. So they need to collaborate with the private players so that the awareness can be there, because it's gonna affect around 67% of the population who are between age 65 to 15, I can say. So a huge, large population need to be educated on AI. So that's a second expectation from government. From institutions and startups, I encourage them to do responsible innovation. So that's because, as per the NASSCOM report, there will be a disruption amounting approximately $500 billion in next 3 years, 2 to 3 years. So these players need to do responsible innovation so that it's taken care well by the citizens. And the last one is the education sector or the skill perspective. So I would say government should or the players, the educational institutions, they should bring newer courses and they should encourage continuous learning so that and inclusive learning, I can say, inclusive learning, so that all can at whatever age can learn things. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So thanks to our thought leaders in the panel for sharing their perspectives, insights, and experiences, making this discussion a thought-provoking one for all of us. And India is already number one in AI skill penetration, number one in AI talent concentration, number two in AI talent deployment, and number 5 in scientific and publications and patents, and number 2 in terms of STEM talent market as well globally. And for us to grow and sustain and become AI capital of the world, it is pertinent that government, industry, institutions, startups, and skilling ecosystem have to collaborate and strive for success as well. So with that, we conclude the panel discussion, and I have maybe time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. If there are any questions, I would please request the audience to please ask. Yeah, so can a mic be reached out to the person there?
Hi, my name is Seema, and I'm a part of an organization called AMCO. So we are a retail GCC in India. So the question I had for you is, of course, we are talking a lot about AI and the disruption that is going to bring to all our jobs and maybe reduced workforce. But on the other hand, we also have the likes of Mr. Narayan Murthy, who are claiming about youngsters doing a 70-hour work week. So these are two very contradictory thoughts that are coming in the talent landscape. So my question to the panel is, where do you think this is headed? Is one theme going to take precedence over the other? And in the near future, what would our talent landscape look like?
Let me just give it a shot then, right? I think there's a lot of fixation around the 70-hour work week, right? And I think the number of hours is a lot of concern for most of us. But I think some of us have worked that many hours as well in the past. But let's leave that 70 number a bit outside, right? But the question basically is, on one side, my whole AI is going to reduce the amount of work that I have to do. On the other side, people are asking us to work longer and hours in a week. If I were to summarize, that's the way you're looking at it. I think the whole amount of time that you spend optimizing your work, you should be able to redirect into doing something different for yourself. Whether it is on work or whether it is something that is a hobby or whether you find something else to do, the whole aspect of things like AI is that how they're able to improve your lifestyle. Right now, when you are young, your lifestyle, yes, it is very exciting. There are a lot of things to do. But at the same time, if you see people who are really high achievers, they spend a lot of time pursuing a lot of keen interest in emerging technologies or emerging problems and trying to solve for them. So however you are wanting to spend the other 30, 40 hours that you save management, all the discussions that are happening around you, and put your time and effort into that, which will then help you to have stay a step ahead of your competition and your similar, your colleagues. That's the way I would look at it.
I would just like to quickly take a shot at this question, and I'm really happy that you asked this question. Ma'am, can you share your name once again, please? Seema. Okay. Seema, this is a perspective of the same person who actually, jinke hum WhatsApp, we were actually circulating a couple of years back, that you need to have a work-life balance in your professional and your personal life, right? We were quoting him on several occasions that you need to have defined working hours, and then you should actually also dedicated and specific time allocated only for your family. Now, he's the man, it's his perspective, which he shared in a wider opinion, where he said that work 70 hours a week. He didn't say that you work 70 hours a week for a specific employer who is paying you a salary. I'll just give you an example from my ecosystem itself. I am a university, a private university, where I have the 5th largest number of patents granted in the world, and 3 times the number of patents which are actually filed. So I'm number 1 in filing the number of patents and 5th in the world in the number of grant of patents. How does that happen? We encourage our students that you actually have to focus on your academia, but after that, work on the innovation, work on yourself, work on your skills, work on the new technologies, because the technology is going to change much faster than what you're going to learn. We talk and encourage, and these number of patents, that is close to 2,900 plus, are by the students who at this young age are doing more than the academics. And when it comes to the industry, work more, learn more about the innovative and disruptive technologies so that you are always ahead of the curve, so that you do not actually end into a discussion that disruption is going to take away the jobs.
Okay, so thank you, and I think we are done with the kind of time allotted to us. So thank you very much to all our thought leaders in the panel, and thank you audience as well for the patient listening.
I think that was one heated discussion and a lot of thought processes coming in. On a lighter note, when you said about the government implementing AI, they can't run away with it, they can't ignore it. That's what you said. Actually, they have not ignored it, sir. On a very lighter note, you forgot the income tax department using a supercomputer and AI today. All right. Thank you so much for being here with us. Please stand up. Please be on the stage. We would like to honor you with your presence, and we have instituted a special award. It is called the Digi Dhruv Award, and it is named, or it's inspired from the Dhruv Tara or the North Star. Just like the Dhruv Tara is a constant source of direction for sailors to navigate through the uncharted seas in the uncharted nights, or in the uncertain nights, providing them with hope and direction when there is no other means. Our Digi Dhruvas are also the constant source of inspiration and direction for their organizations and the society whom we look up to when we are clueless. Thank you, and I like Ganesh, sir. Where is he? Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought this was like the moderator's chair, and he was called in the middle. That was aptly done. Ganesh, sir, would you do us the honors, please? Please honor all our panelists with the Digi Dhruv Award, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a round of applause. And we'll also call upon Dr. Nathan to join us on stage, please. He looks a little clueless now. All of a sudden, where did my name come in? I keep looking out.
Let's get it, Barcelona, come on.
That's from Mr. Garg. Hold on. Yeah. A good picture, please, from the front. To your horses, because the next speaker is from a total different world. And I'm going to bring him up on stage. Sir. And we'll request all our panelists to stay on stage for a group picture together. Ganesh, sir, please do us the honors. And तालियों की आवाज गूंजनी चाहिए आज. ये नहीं तो बेंगलुरु जोरा के चप्पाड़ी. Come on. Keep the music on, Daniel. Just keep it pumping. Pump it up. You're not going to stop. These are our Digi Dhruv awardees for guiding us. That was Divya ma'am. Mr. Rao. We'll request all our panelists to just form a straight line and together. Mr. Rao will have to stay back. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel discussion. Lots of thoughts coming in, right from education that needs to change to companies, policy making, so much of discussion that was added in. My 2 bits would be to make AI learning as a massive online learning course free of cost on a big platform. Hold on. This is looking like a reception wala photo. Matlab, a little victory, one victory sign, and do not block yourself. Do some cheating like those K-serials. Have you ever watched TV? They'll never point a finger there. They'll be like, Mr. Bajaj, I'll beat you up. So it's like, here. Can we have some victory signs, please? Yeah, they're here with us. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I've had, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce my next speaker. Many of us in our lives, I got stuck in traffic, life is so challenging, life is so bad. The weather was bad today, something like that happened. And then, this is life, it's not so good. How many of us do that? We crib, right? So many times, right? Easy, we are all humans, right? But, and we think life, life is challenging, it's an adversary to move around in traffic or to achieve things, financial things, or sometimes finances don't work and things like this. How many of us accept that? We crib about it, correct? So ladies and gentlemen, we thought of having a speaker from a field that sees adversary at the highest level. And that is the Indian Defense Forces. For me to introduce a speaker is also personally a matter of honor. Reason being, Fauj ka khana maine bhi bahut baar khaya. I've been to the rejection center Allahabad. And I don't know how many of you have ever applied, or your brothers or sisters, anybody has applied. They give the same speech every time. Shah Rukh Khan came here, Ganguly came here, but they'll never tell you where were you lagging. And then they'll send you home. And trust me, that's the most depressing thing, to remove that badge, hand it over and walk out of that academy. You're like, okay, one more year. So for me to get this gentleman here on stage is immense pleasure. He's going to be talking about the threshold of leadership. And trust me, being in the Forge, you learn leadership by, as we say, cutting your teeth out. It's by sheer grit that you learn leadership there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a thunderous round of applause because he is the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by he's the holder of the Vishisht Seva Medal honored by the President of India. Keep the applause going on, ladies and gentlemen. He was involved of a corps which is also called the King. If you know the Fauji terms and parlance, let me just tell you this. Infantry is like, people don't love infantry. Anybody who wants to join will say no infantry, but they always want to go for artillery because it's called the King. And the biggest example, we never saw wars because I think most of us were not there after 62 and 71. We are just newborns, so or millennials mostly. But we saw artillery really hammering the lives out of intruders at Kargil. And he was the head. Ladies and gentlemen, the former Additional Director General for Artillery for the Indian Armed Forces, please welcome Major General SVP Singh on stage. Let's give him a round of applause. Stand up and let's give him a round of applause for his And let's give him a round of applause as we take our seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the galaxy of industry leaders, I am really humbled by your master of ceremonies because he has raised me to a level. A short person is making me feel very tall. So my gratitude to the organizers here at the first, Mr. Chinmay, who spoke to me a few times, or we spoke to each other, and he was another motivator to me to take on this talk. So my subject allocated is threshold of leadership and leadership in adversity. That's what Mr. Chinmay invoked upon me to speak on. But as I heard Dr. Chaudhary, I felt more Indian than ever before. How was that? Because he spoke about the license Raj. And my mind was casting that India to the world, particularly the Western world, was known as a nation of snake charmers. And today, India, the Bharat, is charming the nation. We are sitting in the fulcrum of the two ends of the world's continuum and being the balancer. And when we say, and it's been said, we are looking to be a superpower, I think it is you who is going to take us forward in that as leaders of industry. And when I say industry, I also imply the military-industrial complex. Now, you see, leadership in adversity, we got to strategize it. And how that strategy comes, I can recall to you what Mike Tyson said about strategy. He said, everyone has a strategy till you've hit a punch in your face. And that is where adversity activates your senses. Let me tell you that influential leaders emerge from adversity in all walks of life. Because adversity is something like I want to compare with a blacksmith who turns out steel. He hammers, beats it hard, and what turns out is 10 times more robust metal. And what happens to us when we start wearing uniform? And I'll tell you, I wore uniform from the age of 11. I went to the Rashtriya Indian Military College, which is an entry through the UPSC exam. And today, in the audience, I have got my another gunner mate from the artillery, my classmate, who belongs to Bengaluru, and he's honored me by his presence, Colonel K.S. Sirikant. And he and his wife are leaders in the wellness world today. So we have been there now 60 diamond years plus. So we call ourselves as the diamonds. So that is it. Now let us face it, that significance, opportunity in different walks of life, to use every setback to harden the steel of your leadership is what is most important. And our academy training just trains us for that. And we call it Ragda that made us Takda. That is rigor. We fit for all sorts of rigor. You see, we are trained, we are hammered. The body is roughened and toughened. And so when you're in service, when you're in the operational areas, when you're in your war, when you hear the artillery shells flying over you, you get battle inoculated. And how is it? And that is it. When your mind, when you're dog tired, the mind tells you, go the distance. And so you realize that apart from physical tiredness, your mind has been trained to overcome great obstacles. I was a brigade major in Kargil, But that was way back in 87, 89, and Kargil war happened in 99. But it was an active area. There was a lot of firing on all the time. And I asked my general officer commanding one day, somehow or the other established a rapport. General officer commanding was a major general, and I was a major. And you couldn't dream of that rank at that time. So he was overlooking the Sichuan Glacier operations also. So one evening at his residence, I took the liberty of asking him, yes, sir, what is the most difficult task or thing which you're feeling in your command? And he said, it is when I come back from the glacier, I cannot sleep that night because our men are sleeping on snow at 18, 20, 23,000 feet. Way back in 87, we didn't have that type of clothing. We didn't have it in 62, but then we didn't have it at that time even for these heights. He said, I can't sleep. That is adversity. And why I'm mentioning this adversity is that it is the Indian army, the Indian military, where our men can face these adversities with a cheer, with a smile. He can take a lot of battering. Now, so that's the way I would put. What I would like to quote here, General Karl von Clausewitz, a Prussian general, an exponent in the art of war. And he said, danger and physical exertion are the constant sources of friction in war. That is the commander's responsibility, and he has to master both. And so now, here I would like to just show what he has written. Very golden words. It is the impact of the ebbing of moral and physical strength of the heart-rending spectacle of the dead and the wounded that the commander has to withstand. First within himself, and then in all those who have entrusted him with their hopes and fears. And those hopes and fears are the men he commands. But not only that, he also lives with responsibilities to the families who are back home. He is well sensitized on that. So there are two specific responsibilities that military leaders must address during their combat operations. First is combat mission, and second is decision making. Because the two of them, they devolve upon the commander a life and death situation. He is going to be responsible for his own decisions. He is going to be responsible for the decisions and actions of his subordinates who are in the forward area fighting the war. And he is also going to make the difference between victory and death. And remember, there are no runners-up in war. Either you're defeated or you come out victorious. So what we did as we grew post-independent India, we never really lost a war. I will say 1962 war was not a defeat. It was the defeat of the political hierarchy. And I'm very emphatic to say that. But as we came to 1971, we got the greatest victory a nation could do in the military history. We created a nation and we captured 93,000 prisoners of war, unknown in the history of warfare. So how is it this has happened? This is the Indian Military Academy product, and we live by one motto, and that is the Chetwodian model, a British field marshal who on its inauguration in 1932, he said some golden words, and we live by it. Firstly, he said the safety, honor, and welfare of your country comes first, always, and every time. Secondly, the honor, welfare, and comfort of the men you command comes next. And next were the golden words by which we live. Your own ease, comfort, and safety comes last, always, and every time. So you have Vikram Batra in Kargil war saying, after having captured a very difficult objective, ye dil mange more. And he volunteers to take on the next action and receives India's highest Paramveer Chakra award posthumously. Not yet 22. So this is what we have imbibed. Now, how it comes? It comes through unit cohesion. It comes through good leadership. And we live by Izzat of the Paltan, which is Naam, Namak, and Nishan. These are the most dear things to us. So we keep the flag flying of our Paltan, of our military, and of our Tiranga. So that is where we stand. Now, we've had great commanders in the Indian Army, but we like to take quotes from the outsiders. But I will tell you, in 1965 war, Lieutenant General Harbaksh Singh, he was the commander, army commander of the Western Theatre. Those days, the command headquarters used to be in Shimla, and the advanced operation headquarters used to be in Ambala. So he reached there. The things were not going well in Punjab with the war in Pakistan. And things were very distinct. He had sacked a couple of major generals already. And in the night, at about 1 o'clock, he was going to sleep, and he told his ADC that, listen, Amrinder, and this is that Captain Amrinder Singh, the Punjab Chief Minister. He said, Amrinder, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to be there in Jalandhar, Byas. I don't want to be disturbed with any calls. And you be ready. But after half an hour, Amrinder wakes him up. And he says, the army chief is on the line. And he wants to speak to you. So he gets on the line, and he says, yes, Mushu, what is it? You see, he was a very daredevil. He didn't salutate him as sir. And he called him by his nickname. And perhaps he used to call him. He says, Mushu, what is it? And he gave me orders that the army should withdraw to the line of Byas, which is the Grand Trunk Road, which was the lifeline to Jammu and Kashmir. You know, this is written in the book by Amrinder Singh and another General Mao Shergill, who shared the co-authorship. He told him, Mushu, Harbaksh doesn't take orders for withdrawal. I refuse your orders, and I will see the war through. He was there by about 5 o'clock, and now the battle was fought, and the war turned its tide. Punjab was saved. J&K was saved. Pakistan was defeated. One man decided the destiny of a nation. Adversity into success and victory. I now come to another great example, and that great example is the first 1947-48 war of Major Somnath Sharma, who was the first recipient of the Paramveer Chakra posthumously in the Baramulla sector, Badgam. And why I have picked up on him? Because I owe with great pride gratitude to the school where we both have studied, the Rashtriya and Military College, and he was a product of that. He had volunteered to go to the war sector. The battalion was in Anand Parbat at Delhi. His father was Major General Director of the Army Medical Services, saying that this man is a low medical category, his arm is in plaster, he is not fit to go, and he overruled everyone, and he said, I will go. And he goes to the action. His company is ordered to go and take post at Badgam, which is short of Baramulla. Pakistani raiders, the Razakars, had already come, disguised in civil uniform, commanded by one Colonel Akbar Khan, who was a Sanders-trained officer. And they take up post not knowing that these Razakars are already there. They knew they were in Baramulla, and Badgam was much short, about 30 kilometers behind. But as they took post, the Razakars emerged from that village, and terrible firing took place from all three directions. Somnath Sharma took charge of the situation. And during that, he told his men, there were 70 of them. This was a company strength, but they could not muster at that time. And he told them, we have to fight, and we have to fight, and we have to defeat these people. We have to save Srinagar and Srinagar Aerodrome. That was his mission. his arm in plaster. He found that his men were suffering casualties. Many had been killed. He started filling the magazines of his machine gunners and handing them over picket to picket, trench to trench. And in the process, shell lands near him and he dies. But what had he done with these actions? He had raised the motivation level of his men that 6 hours after his death, the company did not abandon the post. They went on fighting. And why? I should now tell you. Having told you that, I will first touch the last message, which is with this photograph. You see, the enemy is only 50 yards from us. We are heavily outnumbered. We are under devastating fire. I shall not withdraw an inch, but will fight to our last man and last round. This is message, the company lived by it till they moved out, the reinforcements had arrived, and then they fought, and Baramulla was also saved. This is what mission sharpness. It was laser sharp. You know, a man could do what he did. And then his inspiring leadership, as you can see, covers all the aspects to motivate his men, to maintain the momentum of the battle, the courage with they fought valiantly, selflessness, you know, personally filling magazines and handing over to your men so that not a second is wasted in the firing. And resolve and perseverance were all that which came out. But Somnath Sharma was not heroic here itself. In Second World War, we withdrew in Burma and because of the Japanese offensive, and then he realized when he came that his buddy, the Audley, he could not come, that he had been wounded. So he wants to go back. And the British commanding officer says, no, you cannot go. He said, no way, I cannot leave my buddy behind. He goes, fireman lifts him and gets back. So heroism and bravery was in him. And that is why I think I can even ask the audience to give a clap in his memory for this great achiever. So I'll now go along because being an artillery man, Chinmay, you know, we start artillery fire on time, but then we keep pounding targets till we want to really destroy the target totally. So my next example, the next one I'm taking is again from a man who belonged to my school. And he belongs to the neighboring country. And he was Lieutenant General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan from the Najibabad royal family of India. He was the Eastern Army Commander of Pakistan, the Chief Martial Law Administrator of East Pakistan. Why I have taken this example is ethics of a soldier. It goes beyond your own and other armies. He was ordered by General Yahya Khan, President and military dictator of Pakistan, to carry out a military crackdown on the East Pakistanis, implying the Bengalis. And he told Yahya Khan, like General Harbaksh told his chief, this order is not implementable. I refuse. And he was flown back, he resigned, and it ended there. But why I picked up this example? I read a book somewhere in 76, 77, where in that book, there were about 2 pages on Yaqub Khan, on this stand on moral courage and what he did. So I had, it ended. But in 1997, we had a platinum jubilee of my school, where the Pakistani old boys were invited, after due permission from the government. And I found myself face to face with General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan in the dormitory, the same house I belonged to, where he was. And I said, sir, I want to have a word with you. He said, yes. I said, sir, I wrote in my diary, I wish I can stand up like General Sahibzada Yaqub Khan and be like you to disobey orders. So he said, what have I done, son? I said, sir, I read this book and all. Then he put his arm on my shoulder and his right arm on his heart, and he said, I will not be able to sleep tonight. You have moved my heart. Let me tell you, it has not come out anywhere, but this is a personal interlude, and that's why I've taken this example. He said, disobedience is a very good thing, provided you stand up being an unlawful command, and you must have moral courage of conviction for that. That is the message he gave me. Secondly, he said, Yahya Khan gave orders that I should be put in solitary confinement and shot in the head after interrogating him. That it did not happen, he said, Allah only knows. But he said, remember, then he walked me down to his wife. And he said, Tuba, this boy has moved my heart. I will not sleep tonight. So she asked me, what have you done to him? So then he himself told what I had done to him. So I call this the courage of conviction of Sahibzada Yaqub Khan. It is for us all in every walk of life. Okay, what it is. Moral courage, I've covered. It was a great moral conviction in ethical leadership. Then the strategic perception is very important for higher leaders of the industry here. Strategic perception is very important. And you see, here I would say, General Yahya Khan unheeded advice of his chief general in East Pakistan. Result, Yahya Khan created adversity. Bangladesh was born. And Field Marshal Manekshaw told the Prime Minister Indira Gandhi when she wanted the Indian Army to move in April 1971 into East Pakistan. He said, Madam, I can assure you 100% defeat. After the cabinet meeting, she broke up the cabinet meeting, calling it after 4 hours, and called him. Okay, what is it? You have said, he said, firstly, the passes are open, Chinese can come. After that, June, July, monsoons will come. East Pakistan will be flooded. The army will not be able to move. Thirdly, you have to give me funds. My army has to be ready. My tanks have to be ready. My guns have to be ready. And she paid heed to the general, then got the biggest victory, as I said. So this is the case, how you can stand up in life and deal with the situation. Implication for corporate and academia, I have personally taken the last point in this slide, which is there. I think you may not be able to see because of the chairs, but I'll read out. The principles of ethical decision-making are equally important. Prioritize ethics over obedience. The well-being of employees, customers, and stakeholders should be a KRA, and negotiations are very important aspects as well. Now, I had mentioned about ethics of a leader. This is what happened in Kargil War. Our own brigadier, after having captured Tiger Hill, this is what he said about an opposing company commander. This company commander launched number of counterattacks on the Tiger Hill feature, could not succeed. But when the bodies were being handed over, initially Pakistan refused them. Okay, they are not our soldiers. But ultimately when they were being handed over, he put it in his pocket. Okay, this fellow was a valiant soldier and he deserved to be decorated. He was decorated with the highest Pakistani military award. So when I say ethics of a soldier, there are a number of stories like that which cuts across, because in victory also soldiers feel the other side also has families. And so we really feel a great sense of empathy. Now I'll come closer home to myself as to what I did just before war, how I got exposed to certain situation where I only realized later what I had done and how it happened. It was in a preparatory firing just before the war, the artillery firing. And artillery firing, you know, is a very, very important thing. If you do fire a wrong round, it is considered to be a major offense. I want to... I just wanted to put it off for a while. No? Okay. So what had happened, we worked out a gun data in the command post, and the gun data worked out had a little error. But I, as the gun position officer, who's called the kingpin of the gun position, passed that order. And the gun fired at the data which was passed by me, based on what I saw my staff had done. From the target end, the round never landed there. So now you can imagine what would have happened. It can land on your own troops. It can land in your own villages. So artillery calls it a blunder, a near crime. And punishments are very stringent. In this case, within that split second, when the command came, stand fast on the target end, my eyes went on the command post staff, and I gave a whack to the two technical assistants who were there, because there was some difference in the data worked out, and I passed the wrong data. But the Havaldar there, the detachment commander of this command post, he told me this, "Saab, mujhe bacha lo, main pension ja raha hu 2 mahine ke baad. Main jawan ki pension jaunga." And my operator in the command post, he retired as an honorary captain later. He was a solid guy, and he was also solid in his physical build. He said, "Saab, aap hi ne bachana hai." I was 21 something. I was a subaltern, and I heard it. The safety staff, jumps in. All this has happened in about a minute and a half, or maybe 2 minutes. They come, what has happened? Slip of the tongue ho gaya. There's a slip of the tongue from me. Because what happened? I changed the data of this. Jaldi change karo, and we'll see. So they changed the data with a pencil. We work with pencils. And those days, there was a court of inquiry. And we have got a very good drill in the artillery. You do a mistake, you go back to your officer's mess, sitting in the jeep, but not in the jeep's trailer. So, those are very good drills, And sometimes you're told, remove your belt also. You're no more an officer. So, things are very serious. So, I removed my belt also as I was going back, because I knew what had happened is unpardonable. Court of inquiry took place. I stuck to my guns. And we shared one secret in my battery. Yes, this will not be known. The command post staff will not tell outside what had happened. This was a detachment of 8-9 of us. I said, a lifetime secret hai. It all ended. After about a year, my regiment came down to Sikandrabad. I was an ADC to the general that time. And I had been called by my commanding officer at home. He asked me, tell me what happened that day. It irks me because, he had got me, recommended me to go as an ADC. I was selected by the commander, whatever. So I told him the truth. This is what had happened. And he stood up, And he said, I'm proud of you. You will make a good leader and only command this regiment. The men will go with you blindly. Now, this was somewhere in 74, about 2 years after that. I did not know that I was a leader till that time. So I carried out a lot of introspection. Okay, what has happened and what are the lessons learned in that? And the lessons learned are many. Not only that, 52 years later, I went to my regiment, which was in Firozpur, and during that, in the morning when I arrived, I was told that so-and-so of your time are there when I was a subaltern. And I found that my command post staff out of 8, 9, 4 of them were there. My gun detachment commander was there. So after ushering me to the guest room, having tea, coffee, I tell the commanding officer and Subedar Major, in the evening, bada khana, I'm going to put up a skit. I want the command post to be laid out on the stage. So they laughed. I said, I'm very serious. And I called the staff after a Mandir Gurdwara prayed, and I said, this is what we're going to enact, and don't tell anyone. And when I told them the story, there was a lot of clapping. You know, because why? You see, this is not a strong point of, and he's already taken me to thank you. And I am not really tuned to, I will tell you why I'm not tuned to thank you. When I joined the RIMC at the age of 11, the first thing we were told, that there are no thank yous or sorries in the army. Now, so you know what happened? This became, when this was studied in my regiment, I realized what one had done. So it is a leadership. You have to make tough calls sometimes. Your men, it was a leader group situation. I took the command from my operator. He said, "Sir, aapne bachana hai." And the Havaldar pleaded to me, "Mujhe bacha do." And the promotions of all these guys would have got affected. The severe punishment would have come. So the action happened. I did not deflect responsibility because in that fraction of moment, I also realized overall, I am the kingpin of the gun position, as the artillery calls the gun position officer. So I must take the responsibility. So it became a leadership by example, perhaps. And then is, trust and loyalty of subordinates. I inherited it that day. And I could catch, those people were now subadars when I was commanding the regiment. I could catch the JCO and tell with his belt, pull yourself up, rather than doing anything. So that was the, it was a very adverse situation, but converted into a great example, which only later time told me. And it was a decision taken in a split seconds. But yes, it was a white lie spoken, but white lie was spoken not for personal gain or for any malicious purpose for that. So that was it, this incident. I really grew with it. My integrity in the regiment or in the service, I grew with it. I learned the ability to take up responsibility, for my men and take the blame on myself. I learned it that day and I lived through it my service, and I still try to practice, and I tell wherever I go and speak, do that, because you have got subordinates. If you have got 360 degrees reporting pattern in the corporate world, you are also 360 degrees responsible for their complete well-being, for their advancements, for their qualitative requirements, for their remunerations. No pink slips. If you can help, that is where I would say. Now, I'll give you one more example, which really did test me. Off now, right now. I'll come to next slide. Now, my last example, and of course, Chinmay is very large-hearted, I see. He doesn't really worry much about timings. So, so the last example was in Operation Rakshak in Punjab. My regiment was in the counter-insurgency, counter-terrorism role. An active Operation Rakshak was on. I get a call at about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the night. I am told that so-and-so has run away from the ammunition defense stores dump. Ammunition dump and defense stores dump, which was 40 kilometers behind. He's run away with a weapon which is 7.62 mm SLR. It's a big rifle with loaded 20 rounds in the magazine. I happened to be at home that time. The operation was on. We were here for about 2 days, for rest and relief. My report card after this talk, the report card writer is sitting here, So she asked what's happened. I said, you go to sleep. There's nothing happened. And I went into the dining room. We had the old telephones of the Second World War vintage. We used to call it 5 Alpha. Handle Mara. Exchange ko bola ke adjutant, second in command, and Subedar Major ko jaldi se bhejo. I didn't want to go to the regiment at that time because it would have, activated, okay, what the hell has happened? But in that time when they came, now I felt I was definitely seasoned enough, having gone through, a lot of operational areas. I noted down my points like an operational order, and I said the following actions have to be taken when they assembled. I knew that this gentleman was an offender, perpetual offender. So my greatest worry in war, I said, command of your men is your worry. My greatest worry was safety of lives. Safety of lives of all, including civilians. He's carrying a weapon, 20 rounds, minimum 20 people will be shot. It weighed very heavily on me when the moment this call came to me. Second, my own men, their safety and security. You see, we were going to discharge him from service. Somewhere he came to know. So I felt maybe he is, wanting to take a revenge killing. So I told them, listen, first of all, perimeter patrolling and security of the complete unit area with armed pickets. Of all key appointment holders, there will be perimeter patrolling, armed guard patrolling outside their houses, residences. The in and out of the cantonments where the movement takes place, our 2 men armed will be present alongside the guard and picket already there. I said, no school-going children tomorrow. School-going children will not go. Families will not move out of the unit area. And immediately I rang up the divisional headquarters intelligence staff officer, who was a lieutenant colonel and I was a full colonel. And he was a very close friend of mine. He was senior to me, otherwise in commission. And I told him, I said, this is what has happened. You have to hold my hand. He said, bol kya karna hai? So I said, the following actions I request. This fellow belongs to Jammu. So please, activate the police, the railway protection force, the police at all railway stations, at all bus stands, and all movements wherever possible. And I said, there is a headquarters 29 David Mamun. Please activate them if they can put this thing. I said, sir, there is the joint check post at Madhopur. If we could have the army people also there, where all the vehicles are checked. And after having done all that reporting, I rang up my commander at about 6 o'clock in the morning, expecting a mouthful, because, the army doesn't take lightly. Zero error syndrome is very much there also. So I told him, this is what has happened. This is what the actions I have taken, and I'm following it up. As per special army orders, we will implement everything. He said, okay, thank you. And he put the phone down. So I was much relieved about that also. Now what happened? When I came to the office, these 3 team, Subhada Major, my adjutant, and 2I second in command tell me, said, sir, we will wait till such time, till about, lunchtime or after lunch, and not report all above in the headquarters. So what happens, such a case, when weapon is moved, person is run away, you have to report it immediately to the brigade, division, corps, command, and the army headquarters, military operations, military intelligence, adjutant general's branch. It goes to all. And it has to be done within 6 hours of the incident. You see, this man is interfering with artillery firing. But I'm closing. Huh? So, so what happens is, I said no. One wrong should not compound another wrong. We will report everything truthfully, honestly. So the signals went out by about 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, this staff officer whom I had spoken to, he comes to my office. And he tells me, and I'm quoting him, he said, because of my height, he was a tall chap, 6 feet 3 inches, he had named me the only tiger. And he tells me the only tiger ki 10 ungliyan ghee shakkar mein hai. I said, sir, what has happened? He said, the general officer commanding had said, the CO will do the unit court of inquiry. As per rules, it had to be a staff court inquiry. As per rules, this fellow had to be court-martialed. As per rules, he would face district court-martial. And 2 years imprisonment was the minimum punishment. But when it came to a unit court inquiry, I had it in my hands. And what happened? The GOC perhaps had a good impression or whatever. He told that he'll do a good, honest job, which I thought later was a great feather in the cap. I did the court of inquiry, court-martialed him. My powers of court-martial were 1 year imprisonment, imprisoned him. When you are imprisoned, you are discharged from service. And so, these are the lessons which really emerged in this. The mission, my mission was focus on saving human lives. And I'm telling you, this guy got caught 12 hours later at Joint Check Post Madhopur. He was going to, when he was interrogated, he was going to Jammu to take revenge on a person who had got his brother implicated in a murder case falsely, and his brother was in jail. He wanted to kill him. So the military mind of these military intelligence and military police who were there, they were checking each vehicle. And they found, our rifle, we keep chindi, the one which creel our barrels, is little white in color. They found little of that chindi jutting out, and he had covered himself with a bed sheet. So they nabbed him. And the truth came out, this is what he was doing. So he faced a court-martial, and in that court-martial after that, you got a discharge drill and all. And one has to, as you grow up, you in the army, what happens? You're responsible for the command of your men, for their welfare, for their punishments, for their food, for their families' welfare. If they are admitted, we all go, the ladies go, look up, so it's a great organization. You're doing everything. Your HR, everything, discipline, everything is with one man who controls. And you have seen a commanding officer's powers, he can jail a person up to 1 year. The tremendous powers which you don't want to use, a good leader doesn't want to use till it's thrust upon him. So all that, in the evening at 4 o'clock, I get a message. Okay, he is nabbed. And first thing I asked the adjutant who told me, I said, has he used the weapon? And he says, no, sir. I said, let's have a drink, whether it is 4 o'clock or not. Everything is fallen in place. I am not worried what merges after this, as long as lives are lost. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is adversity in leadership, which we have to show. But let me tell you, your mind is not trained. Your mind is that like blacksmith, who has beaten that to convert the into a robust metal. It is so trained that it functions ipso facto. Things roll out. And that is why, when intelligence fails, it's victory for one side and defeat for the other. So Israel is tasting that intelligence failure. We saw it in Galwan. We saw it in Kargil. But then it is India which converts adversity into victory. General Malik, Chief of the Army Staff in Kargil, he said, we were deficient of equipment very badly. He said, we will fight with what we have. And you know what we did in Kargil. People, our soldiers, men have climbed peaks, 80 degrees in gradient at night time. And let me tell you, the food they carry, it freezes like snow. You have to warm it and heat it again. That is all part of adversity in leadership. So I really covered to you 4 actions. First was Somnath Sharma, whom one admires. Sahibzada Yaqub Khan I compared because it gave out a country being created and our own leadership to the fore. And then, of course, the great work done by me that I could also fire on a wrong data and own it up today. And lastly, I must thank Mr. Chinmay because I've been allowed the datum limits of exceeding my time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'll request all of you to stand up. We are truly glad, but we would like to hear from you again and again. But today the time is short, and we have so many people waiting. I am sorry for, disturbing you or disrupting you in between. But I'm very, very happy that you are with us.
Chinmay, you're being very kind. My report card has to be written by the teacher who is sitting right in front of me. and I know I am going to get, artillery fire is going to befall me.
आदमी सिविलियन हो या फौजी, घर में एक ही होता है. Sir, General Sir, we'll request you to please stay back on the stage. I'll request Thalis Rizvi Sir from Business World Magazine to hand over a lifetime achievement, ladies and gentlemen, for serving our country, for making us proud, keeping us safe, for being here with us, for showing exemplary spirit of leadership. Major General SVP Singh, Vishisht Seva Medal holder. And let's all say in one voice, Jai. And this time it's Jai Hind. Jai. 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 Thank you. General Sir is going to enjoy good chicken tonight in the house. Varna, I am a Punjabi. Wek langi tonu tusi aao to sahi. General ho ya civilian. Ghar mein ek hi home minister, ek hi defense minister. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take much time. Quickly be seated. I have a fantastic surprise for you. We're running a little late, so I'm going to be very, very quick. Ladies and gentlemen, I have, as we told you, that it's just not about technology, transformation, leadership, discussions. We also wanted to bring to you some unique flavors of India. And one of them is, he's going to come and perform on the stage here right now. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the winner of India's Got Talent Season 8. He is here to enthrall you with his skills in the field of magic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have his video, and after that, please welcome on stage Javed Khan. Can we have his video, please? Come on, make some noise for him, everybody. Woo!
What?
it up for Javed Khan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the video. There was no CG or VFX. It was all real. And today we'll prove it. So how are you doing? Are you enjoying the event that is, arranged today for you guys? Technology, talent, leadership, everything. So it was really nice to hear from our soldier. And let's start. But before that, I don't know, I had some weird thing. So I need to send an email to someone. What I'm going to do is, I need to come to two people who will have their email address, like who has their phone with them. Two people. Okay, you and you, okay? So I don't know, it's just in my mind. So what I'm going to do is, just type your email address here, right? This is my email, I'm sending something, but don't look at what I'm sending. Just type your email address, okay? And once you have typed the email address, let me know. Don't do anything else, yeah? We'll go to him as well. So that's your email. You have access to that, right? Okay, I'll come to you also, right? Just next to it, type your email address as well. It's just something that came to me, so I need to do this. I'm sorry. Right? Okay. What I'm going to do is, you might have seen there was some picture or something, right? At the body or something. I'm going to send that email right now. Don't open the email. Just confirm that you have received the email. Don't open the email, okay? Both of you. Don't open the email until I tell you. It's on you, my future. Okay, but just confirm that you received the email. Did you receive the email? It would be from Javed, like my personal email. Did you receive it? Okay, but don't open it. Keep the phone aside, okay? I'm trusting you. You, sir, did you receive the email? Okay, that's fine. At least you might receive it out depending on your data or something. But do not open the email, okay? You heard me, right? Do not open the email, okay? You received it? Okay, that's fine. So don't open it. Just keep the phone aside because we have confirmation that you have the email and you will receive it. Okay. I don't know. I have to do this. So maybe it will explain it later. So all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my show. Now it starts. And today we'll show you something different kind of technology, experience, all whatnot, right? So to begin with, let's do something interesting with the phone itself, right? We're talking about phone. So what I want you to do is everyone take your phone in your hand, right? I'm going to also do the same thing, right? So, yeah. Everyone, I'm pretty sure everyone has Instagram or most of them, right? So open your Instagram. Right, I'm also going to do that. And I'm going to ask you to follow me. Okay, no, don't worry. It's up to you. So open Instagram and search for my profile. I'm not going there still, yeah? Search for my profile called Javed_magic, Javed, and _magic. You will have the first hit, look at this face and just match it. I'm still I have less hair as compared to the picture. Just FYI. So did you get it? My Instagram profile? Right? Most of them? Okay. Now on my bio, there is a link. Just click on the link, it will open a picture. So I'm going to show you some combination of technology with magic, or is it pure magic? Do you have the link opened? Do you know who that person is? Does anyone know from the audience? Anyone? Can we, okay, I'll also open it just in case, FYI, what I have it on my bio. Right, can you show it on the screen? So if you hit, right? So do you know this person? Anyone has any idea? Houdini. So he's PC Sarkar of US, right? He's kind of great magician. He's holding a playing card, so you can access that link on your own phone as well, right? So that I want everyone to experience it. Now, I want a playing card, can anyone name a random playing card? Anyone? No, I would not go with you because, you are related to Chinmay, so I don't want them to suspect me of that, you are my assistant. So anyone else? Any random playing card? 7 of hearts. Now, according to data analytics, 7 of heart is the most common card, a random card selected. When I ask people, 49% or more. Do you want to change your mind or you want to keep 7 of hearts? 7 of hearts. Now, if you look at that picture, he's holding a playing card, right? You sure, right, everyone? It's going to be, if he replaces, like, I mean, I can show you still. If he flips it and if it's 7 of heart, not that impressive. I might be doing some app stuff or like, technology. But what if I tell you, it's not going to do anything. Just zoom into both of his eyes. The value was always there. He was subliminally forcing you to select 7 of heart. So can you zoom into the eyes? What do you see? I don't know. I can come closer, even if everybody want to see it. But everyone can also. Do you see? And that's also in your own phone. So that's just my assistant Houdini. This was just a warm-up thing so that I know what everyone are thinking. And now I have conditioned you where we go with this, right? Do not open the email, yeah? And I think he's still looking for his email. You didn't receive it? Yeah, you have to check with your email provider. Okay, so that's fine. Or if you used your professional email, maybe raise a service desk ticket with your IT team. Okay, so all right, next one. This time, we're going to do something interesting, but I have a package here. So, you know what this is, right? A Rubik's Cube. It has like, like quadrillion, I can't even spell it, how many ways to solve it, right? What I'm going to show you, I've mastered it so much that I can combine it with magic, and you will see it happening on its own. So, my magic is my AI, which helps me, right, to achieve something that's not possible. So I've trained my hand, which is my model. So I'm going to give, like, logically 2, 3, 4, like 7, 8 moves, right? And it's pretty like mixed from both sides or something like, Can we have a little bit dramatic music so that I can do it with style? Right? Yeah, play the music. Cue the music, DJ. So my AI in work. Now, some of you might be like, technical people or, intellectual, more logical. It's possible he brought his own Rubik's Cube, so you might have learned the moves and, he's just reversing it back, right? So I have learned it. What if I take it up level 1 up? I give you to mix it. Who would like to mix it? As much as possible, okay? And make sure that it's a normal Rubik's Cube. There is no mechanical stuff or else. So mix it. I don't want anyone to see it, and you can pass it to someone else also to mix it. And this time I'm going to do it with even more style. So I'm going to add it like, Rubik's Cube Pro Ultra LG TV, like, like that way. Ultra Pro Max. Yeah, you can mix it. Looks good. What's your name, sir? Saurabh. Are you confident you want to solve it? Is it possible? So record is 4 seconds or 5 seconds, something. But does anyone else want to mix it? Just in case? No? Okay. You can go back to sit. So I'm going to... Cap. Sorry, what? Somebody said something? Oh, I'll show you. Don't worry. Okay. So what I'm going to do is... somebody might say like he's actually solving it in case. But I can't do it like in 3 seconds or 4 seconds, right? So we'll do it in very interesting way. My own way, unshuffling it. So from both sides, okay? Just in case there is no hole here, goes in my pocket or something. Right? 1. Smart. We'll come back to it. He is behind to ruin my show. Man, Chinmay has to still pay me, yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Solve. Do you believe? Right? Right? Every possible way, right? I can prove to you there's no other cube, right? There's no other cube, wait. Right? Did it answer your question? I don't understand English actually. Okay. I think you're telling me to rip it off. Did that answer your question? Thank you so much. So yeah, that's data analytics, sleight of hand, and some bit of magic. We'll try something more interesting this time. Sir, you asked a question, right? So I would like to just get some information from you. And again, this is I'm just going to make a note, so I collect every time. Okay. What's your name? Asim Alam. My father's name is also Alam. So imagine you are a fictional character. Do you want to name that character Asim still, or you want to name it to something else? So you can choose anything. So I'm just trying to prove in your mind you can come up with any combination. So do you want to name that character Asim only, or you can name it something else? So what the name would be? Yeah, tell everyone so everyone knows that, right? Chota Bhim. That's interesting. Do you want to change your mind, or you still want to be Chota Bhim? Fun, right? Okay. I'm just making a note of that so that I have recollection of all this. Okay. We'll come there. So this is a random story I'm making. It will make sense more, I don't know, hopefully. Next one, let's try something more interesting with cards. I'm a magician, so there's mandatory thing to do with some card stuff. So I would like to invite 2 volunteer or spectator or victim for the stage. Okay, you can come. And yes, sir. Sardarji, abhi aa jao. Happening how it happens, right? Hello, ma'am. How are you? Are you enjoying? Yes. What's your name? Suchandra. You can come here. Hello, Sarji. How are you? I'm Anrup. Manrup. Sorry. So you both stand there. Okay. Now, of course, there's a deck of playing cards. Nothing to do. Normal deck of cards. So it has nothing to do with you can see it's random. There is nothing, something like, or there is maybe. So what I want you to do is, before that, or even before starting that, do you have your phone? Okay. Can you open camera on your phone? This is my wallet. And it's again, something happened, some weird stuff happened. It's like epilepsy for me of my art. So suddenly I'd come up with something and I do something, right? So this is my wallet, right? Sorry? Okay. So open camera on your phone, right? Keep it open. Okay, that's fine. And we have not met before. I've not touched your phone. Definitely, right? So this is my wallet. Just check there is nothing fishy or, anything, right? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Those are for, that way. But hold it like this, actually. We'll hold it like this, both of you. Right? And give me your phone. This is a proof. So you can stand that side next to her. Yeah? And hold it from here top so that, we have a full proof. Yep, exactly. So I'm going to take a picture. You can come a little bit closer so you both are in frame. I'm going to take a picture. Okay. Okay, I think one more clear. I think I need to take it a little bit that way. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. This is your phone, right? In case if you find or catch me on this trick, the wallet is yours. There's credit card and everything. You can use it. I'll give you PIN and everything, okay? Okay? It's crypto. We don't see it. Okay, so I'll keep this wallet. And it goes back. And that's your phone, right? You can keep it. So I have another wallet again. This is for you to test it, right? So what I'm going to do is, we'll keep it here, but you have to ensure that I don't do touch or anything. Just in case, you can look at it like there's nothing inside in the pocket, right? Like, it's fine, casually, right? Come closer. All cards are different, you can see. Right? So I wanted to say stop wherever you like. Here? Shall I say stop here only? Okay. Have a look at this card. Everyone can see. What card is it?
Ace of clubs, I think.
Clubs, right? So I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to show you. So it's very simple thing. That's why I'm telling you what's coming. So you have to ensure that you catch me. I might have done my thing already. Okay? So again, look at everything. Mix.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Okay? Pay attention. 1, 2, 3, start. Same. Okay?
Okay. Can I put a finger?
Yeah, I mean, you can say stop wherever.
Can I put a finger?
Yeah, yeah. Here, right?
Yeah.
So look at the card. Wait, wait. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
You can now remove your finger. Okay?
That's why this trick is done.
No, no, no. Wait, wait, wait. He is going ahead. Okay? What card is this time?
2 of diamonds.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at this. Hold it. And go through card one by one. When you see the card, let me know. And make sure you go till the end. Right? Okay, wait. But, do you think when you saw Ace of Club, right, earlier, what did I do?
You switch the top card to the selected card.
Right? No. I actually place the card already here. Hold it, hold it, hold it. This time, if you want, mix it again if you want. So that you mix it. I mean, this card keep it so that I'm not doing anything with this, right? Now again, look at the wallet. Do you want to check the wallet again?
Can I check it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Check it from everywhere. Check it, do your all research and due diligence and everything. Anywhere, anything like. Right? Okay. I'm not going to touch it, right? Did you mix it?
Yeah. Shuffle. I just did a shuffle.
Okay, so just ensure that it's all separated. Let me know that anything is happening or any. Yes, 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 yes. You'll see everything. Just let me know till end because it's going to. And also, am I doing anything on the back end? No, right? Now, again the same trick. Okay, wallet. Do you actually hold the wallet in your hand? Do you want to check? Yeah, keep checking. Okay. This time, actually, you wanted to put the finger in, right? So actually, pick a joker. So instead of joker, like instead of finger, you will place upside down, like that way. So we know the mark, okay? Place it anywhere you like. Okay. You can keep it, right? That's where. Now, the card below it is your choice. Is it okay? Look at the card.
9 of diamonds.
9 of diamond, right? Place it back again. No? Are you sure? I said look into the wallet. Where's the other wallet?
It's in your pocket. In the other one that's there in your pocket.
Yeah, but before that, where was it? Or where is it still? Anywhere else?
We're looking at it.
In your phone.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the picture. And show it to the camera. Do you see? It's inside your wallet, right? Yeah. Show it properly. 9 of diamonds? So I think that's why I'm doing a little bit of time traveling back and forth, but this was a short, quick one. Okay, I think they're confused still. So what I'm going to show you actually how I do it. So this is the last one, but this time, ensure there is no double card or something. So we're going to mark it. But it's not about vanishing or something, but I want to show you something, how it happens, right? So I can take the wallet, that's fine, right? Again, same drill. Say stop wherever you like. You can say quickly, it's fine. Stop. Here, okay? This card, actually, we'll take this card and show it everyone this time. I'll make it as transparent as possible. And you can touch the card, there is nothing fishy or double card or anything, right? Okay. Can you sign it? Like, this is a permanent marker, so just sign it. Like, across from here till end. Yeah? And you can write your, debit card pin also. I accept that as well. And it's a permanent marker, right? I cannot do anything or something. Come a little bit here. I know we all, the show is going a little bit late and the event is a little bit running. So did you eat your lunch yet or breakfast?
Breakfast I've done.
Breakfast done. I've not done my breakfast, so I'm going to eat something. Okay? Now there's only one card with a tattoo of your signature. I can't duplicate this, right? Definitely not in real time, right? So what we're going to do is, I'm going to mark it even more clear. So come this side, more on the front, right? Okay? So what I'm going to do is, give you a hand. You can see everyone, right? So can you show in the camera? So hold it like this from type here, like that's it. Okay? Make sure this is finishing. No, it's okay, I'm used to it. Okay, watch. Now, it's glued, right? It's literally stuck there. Okay. It will be impossible, right? I might have some unique sleight of hand with my tongue to stick it, but I can't continue the signature, right? There's no copy of that, right? This is your signature? Yeah. I don't want to give it to you because it has my saliva on it. But it's a good souvenir. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can go back. All right. But before you go, sorry. I always do some random things I want to select. So he had, made a fictional character, right? Asim Alam, right? Which is Chota Bhim. So if I ask both of you, suppose that character goes on a holiday anywhere in the world. It can be city, country, town. Where it would be? Yeah, you name. Jhumri Talaiya. Very random. Do you want to change your mind? Please do change. No, he is. Okay, Jhumri Talaiya. Right? Okay. So Chota Bhim went to Jhumri Talaiya and he meets his friend. It can be any other character or it can be your friend or anyone. Who would that be? Now let her, she wants to take her time and decide. Robin Hood. Are you sure? You want to change your mind? Okay. So you can look, I'm literally typing on my notes, yeah? Nothing else I'm doing. Robin Hood, just so that we all remember. Thank you. Okay, did I save it? Yep, that's fine. All right, so we'll do next one. Since I've removed my phone only, I want someone, does anyone here has a 100 rupee note? That's my charge for the trick that I've shown. Yeah, do you have 100 rupee note, anyone? Yeah, you have? That was the culprit. He took it. It was him who took the last time the note. No, let's take from the audience. I don't want to be against us, Anyone? I think, come on the stage. And Do you have an iPhone or what? I'll only take a note from someone who has an iPhone. But before that, what we will do is, I have an envelope, right? Fold it. Just don't show anyone. Fold it like, yeah, that way, exactly, right? Give it to me. I'll not look at it. And just ensure that I'm putting it in my envelope, right? Yeah. Okay? And again, this goes back here. We're not going to touch it or do anything, okay? Random thing. Can I have your phone? We'll show something really cool, how sync happens, right? So what we'll do is, let me just open my calculator. Okay, open calculator on your phone. And I'm not touch your phone or anything. So we're going to show you like, like this way. So everyone see, like, can we little bit zoom? Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's good, that's good. That's all. Okay. Say a random number, I mean, not from you. Anyone can give a random number from 1 to 9, between any single digit? 9? Okay. Type 9 4 times. I'm going to also, oh no, actually I will not dial. Oh yeah, okay. So, yeah, let's take this. So hold it together, just next to me. That's fine. So just hold it like this, so everybody sees it in your hand, right? You can see? And there's nothing, I don't have an app on your phone, right? And this is calculator, exactly same and everything, right? What we do is, watch. Clear? Yeah, it's clear. Watch. 1, 2, 3. Can you see? Okay, okay. So it also happens like, I can actually take it again. Did it happen? No. Because it's your phone, I have to command it. Listen to me.
Don't listen to him.
It listened to me. She was saying, don't listen to me. Okay, now watch. This time I'll make it, you do it, okay? So wait, she's excited. Okay, give your finger. Just give your finger, right?
Don't go.
No, wait. Surrender your finger to me, like, don't force it. Take this notification off. What you did? Go back to calculator. Wait.
Oh.
Did it vanish?
Yes.
Okay, now watch. Nothing, I'm not even pressing anything or like, no, there's nothing. Believe it. Believe in yourself. What's your name? Mashnil.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
She's not trained. Wait. She's not trained, so she just placed it anywhere. But she's learning it, right? Now, I am a magician, so I correct it, right? So, listen to me. Wait. So this time, I think I'm giving you already the energy. So what do you want to know? No, she's excited. I'm going to try myself. So what you're going to have to do is, I'm going to give you another superpower or like, some other energy. Okay. Believe it's in you. Like, you're breathing, right? So this time you're going to disrupt it. So just I'm going to tell you how to do it. So hold, like this is your phone. Right. Okay, it's fine. I'm just going to show you first a demo how to do it. So this is your phone. I'm going to give you my phone actually, that way. So you just have to blow it. Like this, okay? Oh, it's that way. But not on your phone. You can put it horizontal again, okay? So you have to do it on my phone. Like, blow it loudly, okay?
I have to blow on it.
Yeah. Blow. More.
Oh, wow.
Did you do?
Yes, it's all jumbled up.
Okay. What would you do is, don't worry, I will fix it. Come. We will teach you, don't worry. Now again, unlock, don't lock, okay. So this time, this is my pro level, okay? What I'm going to do is, I will hold it like this, right? All of them together. Can you see? Yes. Right? Okay. Right? So they are all matching together? Right. Okay. Cloning. Right? Now, if you cancel this and make it 0, right? This is your phone. Now, I'm not even touching, right? Just believe, like, I'm not even doing anything, okay? You can take your phone actually, so that, just believe, take your hand and you have a power of gesture and you're controlling my phone. So because you did 0, so we have to match it with that, right? I cloned 1 9. So take your hand like this and just wave your hand like this on my phone. Okay, now I have the control. Actually, it's me who's asking you to do it and everything, right? So we'll make it more interesting. I'll show you, actually, when I do it, I can have the whole control from 1 to 9 or 10. 1, like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now, I'm going to, so you can keep your phone. That's fine. It's not going to happen without me telling it, okay? So what I wanted to do is, there was a random note. Was this your, do you know the serial number on that? No way, right? I have also not picked it or did it, like, it was too fast for me, right? What would be the random chance you actually trying to predict the serial number without looking at it?
I don't know, maybe
Last 6 digit, like, think of last 6 digit of the serial number. Just believe in it yourself.
All right.
Okay, close your eyes. I'll tell you how to do it. Close your eyes. Just think, go back in time. When you were folding, just have a peek and just think in your mind. And what you have to do is do the same thing, the gesture on my phone. And think of it.
Okay.
Do it. Go closer. Are you sure you were thinking of serial number last 6 digit? Do you?
Slightly different from what I was thinking. But yes, the first 3 digits are correct.
But it's your thought starting or something. I didn't say anything this number to you, right? And your hand did that.
Yeah, right?
Okay. Hold it like this. Don't touch. Watch. I'm not doing anything. Right? Can you read out the number and show it on the screen? So read out the number. Last 6 digit.
5, 2, 7. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
You can keep your note back.
Thank you.
Don't try at home. She will go back. Okay. Before you go, sorry. Our ritual, right? So where will we bet? I think I have note. Chota Bheem, Jhumri Talaiya, and Robin Hood. Okay. So imagine Chota Bheem met his friend Robin Hood, and they went to a restaurant in Jhumri Talaiya. This is a story made by you guys. I didn't make that, right? So he went to Jhumri Talaiya and met Robin Hood, and they're like, "Oh, hi Robin Hood, what's going on?" By the way, did you receive your email? Yeah, it was a spam folder. Okay, that's fine. But you didn't open it, right? Okay. That's just my ringtone. Okay. So Chota Bheem met Robin Hood. Oh, hi, what's up, man? Bahut din ho gaye. How are you doing? So they just decide to go to a restaurant. It can be a real restaurant from your life, or it's just a name of a restaurant that you make it up in your mind. Be creative. So what would be the name of a restaurant? Imagine Chota Bheem and Robin Hood both entering a restaurant, and there's a name of the restaurant. What? Pasta Street. Okay, so let's make a note of this as well. We're coming up with a lot of random combination. Thank you so much. All right, before we move on, I'm going to try one more something very nice with psychological. So here, I would like to invite someone from back. Who would come? Okay, you can come. And bring your phone with you. Yes, yes, yes. Hello. Right? So what we're going to do is, again, this is going to be interesting actually. Let me make a note of this as well. Not note actually. We will. Oh, actually, I will need a proof. Yeah. What's your name? Abhay. Abhay, how are you doing? Are you enjoying?
Yes.
Do you want to do that calculator thing with your phone?
Definitely.
500 rupees. Okay, all right. So what I want you to do is, before that, open contacts on your phone. I've not touched your phone or anything, right? Okay. I'm going to get a marker. Go through a contact and pick someone from your contact list. Don't show or don't tell me. Just don't pick up anyone from your immediate family or a regular person. It can be just a random person, long friend, or it can be a delivery guy or anyone. But don't be. So go a little bit far and make a note. Open that contact. Did you open the contact? So as a proof, I'm just showing. Dial the number, but don't dial it. Just type the number of that person and don't show me. Okay? So here's what's happening. We are taking a memory from his life. I don't know who is that person. I don't know that person, right? Just type the number and let me know once it's done. It's a proof. I do random things, so it will make sense. Because I have a bad experience where people try to lie, so just an insurance. Did you dial the number? Okay. I'm going to dial it, so just ensure and keep me honest that this is the dialing number. Sorry. The last dial number you can see, right? So keep the phone with you only. You can see that our last dial number? So keep the phone with you so that I don't do anything fishy, or you always ensure that there's nothing happening. Okay? You can close the app and everything. But you know the name, right? Okay. Keep the phone in your pocket. Okay. These are blank cards. Just ensure there are blank cards, right? Nothing. Both sides. Okay? Take this marker, and I'm going to give you the card like this. Okay, so hold the card like this in your hand. Don't show me. So hold it like this. Yeah, and don't show me. Write the name of the person. So don't show anyone. Yeah. In case blank, right? So now he's writing the name also. Done? Okay, just flip it back on top here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nothing. So sometimes people accuse me that I do some. Actually, can you sign it here also on top so that I don't change the card, right? Cursive writing like it's. Okay, so sit down. Nothing is still. I can't even replace or do anything, right? Of course, right? So what I want you to do is, I'm going to take this card and I'm going to show everyone. I don't know. I'm not going to look at it. Just, I don't know. You don't look at it, okay? You just straight look forward. Does it make sense? I don't know. Right or left? Not doing anything. There's no way I could manipulate, right? That we are taking another insurance for you also. Okay? You can keep it in your pocket, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm just shuffling again. I'm going to try to find who that person is. Did I? Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I don't think. Is he like a close person or like? But is he, right? I know that. Okay. It's not a close person, right? Like, when was the, no, actually, it won't be this also. Let me just. When was the last time when you met him? 3 months back. But it's not a regular meeting, right? Okay. Just tell me yes or no if it's correct or not, okay? Just tell me yes or no. Right? Okay. I got it, that means. So, it's not about that, right? It's like mere bayat ka khel. I can have a peek and I can, do a lot of possibilities. Relax yourself. How you're good with your mind control, like how much control do you have in your mind? Like if you say something like Salman Khan, ek baar maine bol di to main apne aap ki bhi nahi sunta. Or you know your mind, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's okay. Relax. What's your name? Abhay. I'm gonna make you forget that person, right? And I cannot duplicate all this thing and I cannot change that fact, right? But I'm gonna actually replace with something very different because we have, sir here or something. So you just have to repeat after me, right? Okay. When I just tap it here, every time just follow and repeat after me. Okay. So I'm gonna go with a theme that, I'm just behind him. I'm gonna select a name or something which is his theme or something relatable. So he doesn't know, okay? So that cannot be, I can't replace it with a common name or something. So I'm going to try something very different. Something related to him, okay? It's relatable. I'll tell you what it is. So I'm trying to think. Just repeat after me. Abhay. Yes. I don't know. Can we have the mic? I don't know who Nitin is. I didn't even write Nitin. Okay. And now I'm going to replace that memory with his theme that can be completely random. actually, from now onwards, yeah, take the mic on your hand and just say, actually from now onwards, I only know Azad. Okay, and I combine it with actually something really combination, so it's, and he works in a bank or related to a bank.
Yes.
Okay, so follow my direction. You are under my control, and as I tell you, you do have to do, right? If I tell you lie, you have to lie.
Okay.
If I tell you say truth, you have to be truth, okay?
Okay.
Honest. Okay, I'm gonna take my hand off. 1, 2, 3. But whenever I snap, you have to lie, okay?
Okay.
That's a cue.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, after this, just forget whatever happened.
Okay.
Don't even remember about snap or anything.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you have to be 100% truth.
Okay.
Okay? So can we have another mic? Give anyone to the random person in the stage, right? Okay. Who would like to interrogate him first? Like, go a little bit back. Yeah? Okay? So, whenever I snap, don't do anything. Just follow your own mind, okay? What did you write? Be truthful.
Azad.
Are you telling truth?
Yes.
100%?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Nitin?
Yes.
Did you write Nitin?
Yes.
But you said you wrote Azad.
Yes. So,
okay, wait. How do you know Azad?
it's from my bank.
Okay. You get what I'm saying. So can anyone ask someone from audience? Like, I'm not going to ask him question. Who want to ask? Just ask him what did he write. Anyone? Okay, yeah. Give him the mic. Okay.
Hello. What did you write on the card?
Azad ICICI.
Oh my God.
Tell him now. So you can give him. He wants to ask him. So this time, yeah. So ask him, why did you write Nitin on the card? Say that way.
So why did you write Nitin on the card?
I did not write Nitin.
He doesn't know what's happening. It's okay. But you believe in yourself, right? I cannot change your signature. I can't change your writing. In fact, you will not even remember your own writing. I challenge you. Do you remember your writing? Okay, he does. Okay, so let's go back and revisit the insurance and the proof, right? Can you stand up? Okay, be relaxed. Don't worry, nothing is happening. They're all your friends. I'm your friend. I'm not going to hurt you. I didn't change your card. I didn't touch anything. Nothing, right? Read the name what you wrote. And just ensure and validate that's your signature. Did you write that? So go to the name. Do you remember the writing? That's your writing, right?
This is not my writing, the signature is mine.
Now you just said you remembered your writing. Lot of things happening in your mind, right? Okay. It's okay. It's completely normal. It will come back to you. Last proof, right? I cannot duplicate your number, what you dialed. I didn't touch anything yet, right? We're going to talk to that person. Is that okay? Do I have your consent? I don't know. The reason why I put it on my phone, because if he dials from his phone, the front person will know, right? Who's calling. So it will hit it back. So I want it to be completely random. So it's like, imagine, oh, by the way, do you remember this number? Last number? Why they are laughing? Do you know that? You are entertaining them. Don't worry. It's good. It's all good. Okay. There's no bad or anything.
That's all right.
Okay. So keep the card with you in your pocket. That's fine. I'm not going to do anything. Now, what you want to do is you have to ask the person, or just like, because it's from my phone, I don't want him to know who is this person or something. Just talk to him like, who are you? And maybe ask, where are you from? Or like just normal 2 questions. Like, okay. I'm going to put it on loudspeaker.
Okay.
In case if it connects, I don't know. What is it doing? Is it? Oh, sorry. I think it's because of the speaker, right? Again, we will dial. Oh, put it on the near.
Hello? Yes. This is Abhay. Who is this from the other side? Who is that? Okay, I don't know you.
What is he saying?
Nitin Shetty.
Did I do anything yet?
No.
It will come back to you, don't worry. When you meet him next time, say him, just listen to the snap, okay? Say him hello.
Hello.
Hello from Javed.
Hello from Javed.
You have to say that, okay? Next time, and it
Definitely.
will come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, but before, let's complete the story, right? I always do something interesting. So, what we do is, we'll continue that story same. I think I'll go back to Chota Bheem notes. Okay? So, he went to Pasta Street. Somebody decided, right? I'm getting a call, wait. I have to answer that guy. He's like, who was that person? Okay. Oh, man, he's calling back to back. Oh, man. Chota, sorry, I'll go back again. I wanted to save this also, but it didn't save. Chota Bheem. What was Chota Bheem? After that, it was Jumri Talaiya, right? Jumri Talaiya. Pasta. Very convenient. Okay. Chota Bheem went to Jumri Talaiya, met Robin Hood, Pasta Street, Pasta. I don't know if it works or something. We'll check back. But your friend is calling me back to back. Huh? You can go back. You will know when you meet him. Don't worry. Okay. So, are you guys interested? Do we have time more? Or I'm sorry, I don't want to hold you back. We can do a last trick. Is that okay? He's back to back calling me. Bank guy, so I don't know. Okay. We'll do something very interesting. I want to try to read completely impossible mind, right? So we don't even touch or negotiate. And I want to show you the power of technology with mind and how I can control. And everyone else also can follow so that everyone knows what I'm giving him instruction. You can also do it. And you can see there are a lot of possibilities and variation, right? So let's go to, okay, yeah. Open your browser. And everybody know what Wikipedia is, right? You guys are technical people, so Wikipedia is like, an open dictionary or like, open source. Anyone can edit and do anything right there, right? So I can go and right now as we speak, somebody is editing the article, reviewing it or deleting it, everything, right? So go to this website called www.wikicount.net. So it's WIKICOUNT, one word, and then .net. Wikicount.net. I know this is a little bit a slow trick, but I promise you, you will be remembered for this. Like you will remember this experience, especially him. Okay? You have the website? Can you show on the camera just what that website is? Can we show his phone? Because I don't even want to go too close to him. Yeah. Him. I think see he's showing the phone. Yeah. So yeah, perfect. Just sharp it. Yeah, perfect, right? So it's a Wikipedia statistics website, official from WikiCount. And while I'm telling you, everyone else also doing, maybe they get same figure, or maybe if you want, you can hit on that refresh button just next to 2023, that refresh thing, right? I don't know if it updates, adds more, or like 2-3 times you can do it, right? So it's actually real thing, right? Now, just to show you possibility, right? Keep it like this. So average of approximately 2412 words per article. So if I multiply that, 2412 multiply by, right, 6738233 and equal. So it's like 16 billion, right? Can I have your name? Girish. So if I ask Girish, so you can now put the phone in you only, just keep it that way, don't change or anything, be on that screen. And you can show anywhere, don't show him, okay? Because I don't want him to reveal. Be on the same page, right? Go on, scroll down, visit Wikipedia, click on the link, visit Wikipedia, right? And everyone else also are doing like on their own phone that when I'm asking you, right? So, and it's still the combination. It's 16 billion if I ask you to pick one article. That's the combination I wanted to show you, that there are so many average words per article. Roughly estimate. You get the point, right? Now, you see the search on the Wikipedia, right? Open, search for any article. Don't tell me. Don't even show behind. It can be anything like, general topic, actor. Just search for it. Or if you want, you can change your mind as well. And, you can search for like Shah Rukh Khan and then, actually I want to again search for this person or something. 16, 25, 26, 17, 996. That many possibilities. Let me know once you have opened the article. Search it. Open the article, that one. Have you done that? Okay. So you have the article and Rystall are also doing. But I'm focusing on you, right? So it's 16 billion. Go to that screen, scroll down somewhere in the middle of the article. Don't be on top because I might have idea like how Wikipedia start or something. So I want you to go somewhere in the middle. Right? Done? And everyone else also doing, just in case, my phone is also here. Now, don't touch with your finger, Girish, right? With your eye, just pick a long letter from the center of the article. Don't even point with your finger, okay? Just pick one longer letter word. It should be a word like, more than 6, 7 letter word. Done? Quickly, randomly, okay? Give the phone, so that way only, or maybe just scroll at the bottom or somewhere, right? Just stay in the article. Give the phone, just stand up. Can you stand up? Yeah. Go that side and go to this lady. To your right, in black. Yeah. Okay? What you want to do is, same way, just look at one word with your eyes only, in his hand. No, don't touch the phone. Just pick one letter word, more than 6, 7 letter word, okay? Don't pick the article or anything, the title. Done? It should be a random word, more than 6, 7 letter word. Don't tell me. Close your phone. You can come back. Okay. I guarantee you no one can achieve this feat. No magician. I have not touched his phone. Did I ask you any question before this show, anything? We didn't interact, right? To make sure. And let me just get, I think I'll take this one. Blank. Okay. 16 billion, right? So you can lock your phone just so that, I don't have any connection or hacking. I'm going to also, sorry, it's fine. It's locked only. I'm going to try to read your mind. Now, how impossible it is, I showed you probability is more than 16 billion. But if you dive more into that technically, you search for something, maybe I have some background on you or something, I might know what you search, or maybe I did my research. But after that, you just looked at word. I have no way to know that, right? You didn't type, you didn't wrote, you didn't speak. It's there in your head, just it, right? She did the same thing, right? So I'm going to try to read that, both of them. Okay, this is a blank, nothing. Now, before that, let me try to dive into your mind, Girish. And what's your name? Ritika. Nitika. Okay. Your name starts with N. Did you pick the word that starts with N? Okay. This is just generic thing that I try to do, so it's common thing. And Girish, does your word start with N? The word that you think? No, okay. Just enjoy. Don't worry, I'll not go through A to Z. Okay. The article that you look, let's focus on that. You were influenced by the person standing in front of you first. Okay, so let me tell you. When I ask you to think of, go for a look at, you were trying to be more creative and I thought, let's search him only on internet. Keep me honest, did you do that? You were looking for my name, right? But you changed your mind. You're like, no. So you didn't even search that, right? You didn't even search that. Right? It's not registered anywhere. Then you said like, no, I'm going to go for something I enjoy, or, it's related to you, or, it's a go-to hobby, or, whenever it relaxes you, calm down. So that person is related to music industry, right? I think we all know him. Is it Arijit Singh? Say it loud. Arijit Singh. Okay? But I did not know you searched for me. And you changed your mind, right? That's why. So I was in your mind. Now, coming to the word that you think of, right? Now, both of you, I'm going to go through like quickly some random word, not A to Z. I'm going to try to read your gesture or experience, like, reaction to it. So I'm going to come closer. So whenever you hear the first letter of your word, you just have to raise your hand. Okay? So, I know it's not N, you confirm that. Can you scream the word in your mind? Like scream it, but don't say it loud. Like in your mind, just repeat, scream. Are you screaming? Okay. Raise it how? Okay, so it was you I'm hearing, not her. I was focusing on her, but it's your, oh, okay. It's not start with R. D. Yeah, close. Now it's a random word, right? It's not something short and or do or something, right? No chance. Scream loudly, both of your word. I can hear D, right? If I nail it, you gotta be impressed, right? Everyone. They didn't write, they're thinking in their mind, they didn't select it, nothing, right? Occasionally and different. Occasion. Right? Thank you so much. You can keep this. Now, I don't know if it is correct or something. Some random stuff happens. If it worked, I want to keep it mystery. We don't know what happens in life. Can I see your phone? Can you open that email? But don't read it. Which one is it? Okay, if it works or not works. Okay, this is your phone. I didn't touch it, right? Come on the stage. Can we have a mic to her? I don't know. So as I said, this goes back in circle, right? You will never experience this trick. This is one of a special act that I do. This is your phone.
Yeah.
You can see a screenshot that I sent. Right? No, don't read it. Don't read it. But you can verify the time when it was sent, right? When I started the show.
Yeah.
The screenshot and everything, right? Read out loud what the screenshot of that note is.
I had a dream last night that Chota Bheem went to Jumri Talaya for vacation and his friend Robin Hood also joined her. They went out for dinner at a pasta street restaurant and they ordered pasta. It was delicious.
This was way back in time.
My God. Amazing.
So you both have that memory with you now, that email. I cannot do anything on your phone, right? Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Hey, where's the applause for him? Come on, everybody. That's Javed Khan. And I have a quick conversation coming your way, all the way from one company that's made our lives beautiful. Which one is it? Women were like, Lakme, no. I'm like, no. It's Google. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. Oh, Chinmay sir comes in with some good news. His stomach is grumbling. So you're not going to have lunch. If you find him eating lunch, fine him 500. I'm just kidding. No, as we had the schedule, nobody gave me the schedule update. Okay, let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Javed Khan. Thank you so much, sir. And he just flew in from Europe only for us. And he's flying back in, I think in a day or two. So give him a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I want all of you to raise your right hand like this. And say, I take your name. Say your name, not say take your name. Democracy hai. Say I promise to eat lunch to my full content in 27 minutes and be back by the 30th. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it is fun to do this, but we are running with our schedule a little behind. But if you actually give us that 15 minutes, we end on time. So please spare us your 15 minutes. Be back by 30 minutes from now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your time ahead. And I'll take a break.